what's up? How's everybody tonight? I love you guys. Just going to kind of flow it out for a minute. This one's calling to me. These are all songs that I've been hearing clairaudiently over the last couple of days. There have been too many of them to go through in one stream session, so I've been breaking it up and just adding them as they come periodically. I don't always do that, but lately there's been a lot. I've been working on a lot, so this has been a way to keep it organized. Good. You're good? That's good. Happy to hear.
With me.
perfectly honest, I'm planning on changing in a little bit. I have the desperate urge to gym bunny for a while. So my Instagrams are in the description box below. We're going to go do that. Harley Quinn will come out to play for a while. Oh wait, head over heels in elevation, right, so I can go kick my feet up and do some yoga.
I have a new set. They match my eyelids. I'll show you, remind me. When we go over to yoga, I'll show you my nails. I just need a reason.
I love the lakes here and the environment here. Like the natural beauty is lovely. But really the one thing that I'll miss when I leave is the sugar maple tree that I planted and grew outside. She's nice and big now. But I can always grow one of those anywhere, really. From a sapling, so who cares? There's nothing holding me here. And my daughter is coming with me.
Something's gonna change. I just wasn't budgeting at.
What? How? These pretty...
soul, can't steal my
joy.
can't steal my
Thank you for the super, Johnny.
in the low lows. You fill my cup, you fill it up until it overflows. I remember, I'll keep holding on to hope. You'll keep me rolling stones, can't steal my can't steal my
Can't take away.
joy, joy, down in my heart, down in my soul, deep in my bones. I got the joy, joy, joy. I can't contain, nothing can quiet my praise. I got the joy, 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 down in my heart, down in my soul, deep in my bones. I got the joy, joy, I can't contain, nothing can quiet my praise. Can't steal my joy. Can't steal my
Take away.
Love you guys. That's not.
Burning.
Oh. Hey, Dustin. One love. Ready to blaze?
Hey, meet the
Oh dear, I thought I skipped that.
I'm gonna make you
Thank you. One love.
I'll steal the stars if you like the shine. Gotta know that I brought the golden lights.
Got you.
Buy no time.
No, I'm sure there aren't. You know why they went and deleted them immediately after? It's because they were watching me here. They were listening to us. The same people in that message board, behind that message board, attached to that message board, were listening, watching. They were watching us talk in the chat room. They were watching me tell you about the prophecy I got while I was in the shower, and they were watching you tell me, and they were watching you report to me when you checked on the prophecy, since you have an account there and I don't, that it was accurate. Blood of trolls. Right, I bleed with the moon and then I drink their blood. How do you like me now? How do you like them apples? So, oh, I know they're here tonight. But they were watching us clock them psychically. They were watching me clock them psychically live, and you confirm it physically with evidence live. And then they went and tried to delete it and erase it real quick. But the cops in Arizona know all about that too. I had a chat with them again today. So nothing that she does is discreet, hidden, secret, or consequentially void. Whoops, not my whoops. Happy Mercury retrograde. Bitch, that kickback sucks, doesn't it? I warned you. Feel like my toes between your teeth, eh? That's not how that tastes, doesn't it? Also, super big ups to Thor. That was a really stellar. They tried to start a war. And that was reconnaissance. Checkmate. Bad B energy. Bad bitch on my team like Katniss Everdeen. Yeah, toes and teeth. Toes and teeth, yeah. It's kind of a long-term inside joke. The question of, you do not want to step to me. Because whether it be spiritually speaking or otherwise, I'll kick your dang teeth in. Do I want to? No, but if you get up in my face and require me to handle business and defend myself, you're going to be the one who regrets your choices and probably, frankly, rues the day you were born. Don't do it. So my question for them is, like, whoops, not my whoops. I warned you not to do that. Now that you're getting the consequences of your action, told you not to step to me. How does that taste? Yeah, a bit like my toes between your teeth, eh? You got kicked in the teeth. How'd that backfire taste? That's what that means. For context. Since you asked so nicely. And have frankly been lovely the whole time. I don't mind explaining. Now, by the way, that goes back into a deeper inside joke. 15, probably, God, it was almost 15 years ago now. I was pregnant, and this karmic female knew I was pregnant, and she was jealous of me, and I won't even get into the whole backstory. It was a whole nonsensical thing, but she tried to kick me in the stomach, knowing that I was pregnant, so I kicked her in the face instead. She missed, by the way. I did not. Don't do it! I'll eat you alive, baby boo. Like, really, right now I'm just being silly, but I'm also dead ass, so just don't push it. Troll blood.
fresh troll blood. For good measure.
I'll steal the stars if you like the shine. I know that I brought the golden lights just to buy no time.
That's delicious.
Lay by your side.
Who's Leon Kennedy?
I just stepped off the train, dodging the evening
Resident
rain.
Evil.
These days just ain't the same without you, lady.
Now I'm curious. Resident Evil kick?
We did our little cake. Let's go.
That's hilarious.
Now my feet away, and they don't know the steps. Or maybe
I told you I'm a vampire slayer.
lady, you're my passport.
These karmics are just walking zombies. They are soulless, empty voids. They are dead inside.
Oh, don't you know this? You're my passport home. Without you close, I can't go on. So darling, keep the light on. Keep the light on. Keep the light on. Keep the light
I am a queen. I don't kiss frogs. The Empress doesn't smooch toads.
on the stage. The people call my name. These crowds just ain't the same without
No,
you.
that's dumb. Here, I'm going to screenshot that. If you don't cut it out, I'm going to send that shit to the feds. Don't drink and drive. That's dumb. In fact, you get booted for, that's not even a joke. You don't get to be here for that. And I don't believe you were joking. Go get some help, though.
Don't you know that
No, don't do that. And you get to go for encouraging that. No, I'll give you one more chance, Dad Bender. Don't do that. Do not joke about things like that. I understand that, yeah, well, fuck you. You want to go kill yourself? But what about all the people on the road? What about all of the houses that are on the road that he could drive off the road and crash into? In fact, there's one about an hour-ish from here, a widow, a man, who was living in his home with his wife, and somebody was not driving safely. They came in off the highway and they crashed through his living room and killed his wife while they were sitting and watching TV. And after that, he took a bunch of stones and concrete and built this giant, like, old school cobblestone stacked, like, with stones, and he cemented them on wall around his house that would have protected his wife. It would kill a driver if they hit it today. But how heartbreaking that he decided to do that after his wife was murdered in the living room because somebody was unsafely driving on the road. Yeah, no, so it's not funny. You have to think of all the other people. Yeah, it's heartbreaking. I don't think that's funny at all. He's an old man now, but it doesn't matter. Somebody says that's even worse. Yeah, I think on levels, yeah. The ideal is to live a long, happy life with somebody that was robbed from him.
Did your team?
Let's do some Reiki to clear the energy out. Somebody's a bit sad after that story, which is fully understandable, but also, again, why? It's just not even a funny thing to joke about. People get hurt. Do you know how many children die in drunk driving accidents? And not even necessarily children that are in the car of the drunk driver per se, but like that are hit by a drunk driver, and either like the parents die so the kids are orphaned, or it's just heartbreaking. Kids die, and so you're not supposed to have to bury your children, you know? It's not funny.
She's got a little crazy in her.
I must be anorexic. Big head. Just because you've got a big head and I probably have more muscles than you does not mean that, sir. But your belly's all engorged too, isn't it? From your comments alone, I'm sure it's not the only thing that's big. And I'm not talking about the one in your pants. I bet that one's real small. Otherwise, why would you be so insecure as to feel the need to pick at a woman you don't know? Or it doesn't work. What's up? What's your problem? Got a tiny or broken pee-pee? Why? What's up? Where's that Napoleon complex coming from? Because I see it. You got real quiet all of a sudden, buddy. Where'd you go? Where'd you go, big head? Nothing left to say now? I won't turn the lights on for a reason? Really? Bitch, please.
Just a couple secret sinners. Yeah, she's just what he eats for dinner. She's easy to love, easy to hate. She tastes like a drug.
She's worth all the pain.
Bitter to the tongue, but a thrill for your brain. A little bit crazy, but it's worth all the pain. She's a
Little artist with it getting rain.
She's been through the hardest, but prospered from pain. She appears to be heartless, surrounded by flames. But through all the darkness, her lover is changed. She's naughty and sweet, but she's dirty underneath. If those
Hi, Maxie.
big lustful thoughts would release, 'cause she hates that she loves so hard like a disease. It's left her with all these scars no one can see. Love means a beautiful thing. You never quite know what she thinks, but if you're lucky, she just might let you see what hides behind.
Well, she's no fun. She just keeps blocking us. Aw, are you mad? Trolls? Did I either troll you back or don't let you? Aw. Tiny violin.
Nightmares and dreams.
Also, I just got rid of that OG peeps. I know my OGs in here have been seeing that person for like at least a month or more come through and comment and beg me to play Carpet Man. But those of my OGs who've been here for at least a few months remembered that that was the same account that came on and started trying to troll me at first. And then all of a sudden they realized I'm actually a cool ass bitch. That was somebody who was there when the views were like way up a month or so ago. Trolling with everybody. And then when they realized, geez, she's kind of a cool ass bitch, maybe I shouldn't troll her, he immediately switched to asking for Carpet Man. And every single time he comes in now, they ask for Carpet Man. And I do like Carpet Man. In fact, that is very likely where this person heard Carpet Man first, was trying to troll me here and then realizing I'm a cool ass bitch with a good track list and maybe they wanted to stay. But I remembered that. I remembered how you introduced yourself as an asshole. So I stopped playing Carpet Man. Despite the fact that I like Carpet Man, I'm not going to honor that request. Who do you think you are? Get out. Don't ask me for shit, especially after that. And I've been ignoring the comments for the last couple of weeks. Notice that I haven't even said anything. I've seen them. I've been ignoring them on purpose. But I like Carpet Man. And I would like to be able to play some Carpet Man again. Without that asshole thinking that it's for him. Now he's gone. Don't fuck with me. I'll let you sit here and... Carpet Man, sad eyes, please, please, please. Fuck you. Yeah, get on your knees and beg. You don't deserve me. I remember. Right. Stay seated. That's right. There are a few others in here too. A few others that have pretty consistently been commenting. 2 of them, right off the cuff. And they started as trolls. They even went amongst themselves in the comment section. Some of you probably saw it a few streams ago. And they were talking to each other about how they used to troll. They were sitting in there sending me love individually and then talking about how much they loved me together. And saying, yeah, I used to troll. Yeah, I used to be here and be a troll too. But she's... Yeah, don't do that. Because I remember. And we're not cool, are we? I don't entertain you. It's not a vibe. Yeah, that's why. Because I remember. I might forgive you, but I don't forget. You lost out.
Baby, you're my soulmate. You're my ride or die.
Oh, they did? They tried to mess with you? Did they message you? Because I was getting a reading that was coming out and it said they're trying to inbox your followers to either turn them against you, but sometimes that's like, it's just bullying tactics. So anybody that's in support of me, they try to go bully to either flip on their side or just to be a bully because they're hoping that it will scare people into running away from me. They're trying to isolate you and they're trying to isolate me. That's what they're doing with that. It's a narcissistic intimidation tactic. Fuck them. Oh, of course they're calling you that. Of course they're trying to call you that. Because they're mad that I'm calling her out. They've been groomed by a pedophile. And so they're angrily projecting that at people. They don't want people to call her that. But that's true. It's the accurate term for her. She doesn't like the way it makes her sound, but that's what's happened. So the same way that you see all the projections here, she didn't like that I called her out on her physical insecurities, and so they try to go and they try to body shame and thinking that because it upsets her that it will bother me. It's not the same. We're not the same. It's not applicable. Or whatever the other things are. You see like the LGBTQ hate stuff, but it's coming from people that openly and actively have spoken about the fact that they have gender orientation issues and they're like gender confused.
or lesbian or gay or pansexual. And so like, let's say it's a female, she's open to liking women, but then gets insecure when a woman doesn't like her back, whether it's just not compatible, or maybe the other woman is straight. But people that are not sometimes get mad. Do you know how many times I've been bullied by a gay person because I won't be gay with them after they had a crush on me, and it made them feel that they had orientation issues, wanted me to like be with them, and when I didn't and couldn't because it wasn't it. It's not real for me. It's not compatible. I wasn't into it. They get mad at me. Like it's a personal rejection. It's them. They're the whole problem. I'm just not a lesbian, dude. That's all. But they take it as I'm just unlovable. I'm a lesbian and I've got these issues. And so their insecurities come out, but they get mad at me for it. Whatever it is, whether it's the LGBTQ thing or any of the others, they're just projecting. So don't internalize that. What have you ever said or done here in relation to that? Nothing. There's been we don't let minors here. You don't go, like, what even is that? You searched my name and found that. That's not your fault that she recruited a bunch of kids to gossip about me. You just found that people were talking trash about me and reported back to me for legal purposes. How are you a pedophile for that? For pointing out that a pedophile has recruited a bunch of kids to gossip about me on a platform that they thought was secret and nobody knew about it. The police know about it. In Arizona, where her mailbox is.
What you hate and I know what you like.
Whoops, not my whoops.
I'm all about you. 'Cause baby, you're my soul. Make the love of my life. The love of my life. It's hard to explain what I feel. I don't wanna leave.
Well, of course they're saying that. Because look at the composure of her structure. She can't even compose a proper paragraph. But wanted to present herself as an author while stealing from me. Somebody who actually is composed. And a good writer. So she struggles mentally. And clearly, educationally. So of course she's projecting that on you. You were smart enough to figure that out. You had the answers for questions that I didn't even have. I had questions for you. I knew what the angel showed me, but I don't know. You knew what I was talking about, and I didn't. I just told you what I saw. You're smarter than they are. How smart do they really think they are? They got caught. You really think you're smart, kids? If he's so special, how'd you get caught by somebody who's special ed then? How smart does that make you? Yeah, not very. Good telling on yourself, though.
Without you another day.
Love you, Thor.
You see what I see. You turn on my darkness into a better place. I feel
And you know what? Even if you were special ed, I'd love you anyway. I've told you about high school, right? I didn't deal with the bullies in high school. I didn't deal with these toxic people in high school. They were nasty the same way they've been nasty. You see them now, all these years later. So I did something called Compass Rose, which is that I still go through the whole curriculum. I went through the whole school curriculum, but when everyone else would sit an hour and a half class with 4 or 5 different teachers a day through the whole school day, I would take a giant textbook of everything that they were learning over the course of 4 years, condensed into one textbook. And when they were learning it, broken up class by class, section by section with teachers, I was sitting there with the book, going through it, teaching myself. It's called autodidactic, by the way. Yes, Max. Yes, this was last night. So often I would go in, I would get my workload done in a few hours usually. And so I'd have like the whole day, and sometimes between waiting to get home from school, I would have extra time, a couple hours. I was also doing interning at a daycare, a really prominent one actually, and then I did about 200 hours of community service as well. And then I also had a senior exhibition project where I learned to do wedding cakes. You had to have a mentor. I picked two because one of them was focused in fondant work, and then the other was focused in specifically like piping. So I picked two mentors, did double the workload on that as well, and then learned both skill sets. But subsequently, in between all of that, I had time. And because I would take all of my work, there was a separate building for the Compass Rose kids, but honestly, I didn't even chill with them. I would take an empty principal's office and kick back in a big leather principal's chair in the boss's office at the school. I'd do my work there. And then when I was done, just outside of that office, which was empty other than me, was the special ed department. So I would jump across the hallway and I would go volunteer and help for a couple of hours with those kids. And I loved them. I loved them all. They each had different stuff going on. Some of them had some of the same diagnostics, but they all had different things. Some had cerebral palsy, some had autism, some had Down syndrome, and they all had their own little quirks and sillies, and they were just so precious, so pure, and very innocent and childlike. And I always thought that was very sweet. I always felt like that needed to be protected and honored and nurtured. So I helped in the special ed department and the daycare. Even if you were in special ed, that wouldn't matter to me. I have autistic people that come here too sometimes. I don't judge. They're so funny. There was this one, he was so cute. Yeah, this thing about hats. He was so freaking cute. So constantly he would come in with these new hats, and one day it was like a wizard hat, and another day it was a big top hat, and then one day he made a hat out of a piece of rolled up poster board, like a cone head. Like, this kid was a riot with a cape, a cone head with a cape. It was so cute. And I have tears in my eyeballs, but I laughed so hard. It was so precious. I'm not talking about being sent to the principal's office. There was an empty principal's office. Nobody got sent. No, I didn't get sent there. I got away from all of the other students. I got to have my own private classroom all by myself. By choice. Nobody sent me there. I didn't want to deal with these assholes. So they gave me an empty office to use instead as a classroom. It was an extra principal's office that wasn't being used by anybody. There were no principals in there at the time, but it was set up as a principal's office. So there was a big leather chair and the table, and no. No, that is not what you said. We've all been there. You get sent to the principal's office, right? Because you're in trouble. I chose an empty principal's office to get away from the bullies. But I didn't go to class with them either at that point. By the time I had enough of them, I never stepped foot in another classroom with them. Oh yeah, these are alt accounts. They're trolling. Trying to rage bait, but I'm just clarifying. And they're telling on themselves. What was it? Being sent to the principal's office is nothing to brag about. We've all been there. Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. You just told us that you get in trouble and go to the principal's office, and based on your instigation tactics here, I can see why. I bet you were like that in school too. How long ago was that? You should have grown up by now. But I chose to get away from assholes like you.
who were bullying in the halls and bullying in class. I chose to spend time with the special ed kids who were sweet and nice instead of assholes like you. I chose to hang out in a vacant room by myself and sit in a big comfy leather chair and teach myself the same work that, in a few hours, mind you, that other students had to sit all day and learn class by class, teacher by teacher, but also probably that they weren't smart enough to learn themselves. I did Compass Rose instead. Not everybody takes Compass Rose. Compass Rose is exactly that. You do the whole school curriculum, but by yourself at your own pace, instead of doing it at the scheduled classes pace with all the other students. I wasn't in trouble. They were being terrible. So I got to go have my own happy little world away from them. We are not the same. You got in trouble for being a bully, I'm sure. That's why you got sent to the principal's office. Justin Vagina. Pussy ass bitch.
When you were close to me, don't wake me, I'm not dreaming. Baby, you're my soulmate, you're my ride or die. I know what you hate.
And Karmic, I hate her, I hate you. Well, I'm really probably not a fan of yours either, so it's cool with me. She's deleting a ton of her stuff on her main channel, looking at her message board comments. Yeah, so she's trying to do damage control. So she's trying to delete and erase evidence. Aw. Maybe she shouldn't have done that. I guess now that she knows I wasn't bluffing and there's real heat on her legally, maybe... Oh. I guess now you're regretting all those retaliative instigation tactics, aren't you? Those intimidation tactics when you thought I was bluffing. Aren't you? Yeah. Not so fun anymore, is it? Crazy. No more. Let's boost this vibe, guys. I love you. It never gets deleted. All my stuff's still up, but even if you delete it, it's still there. And frankly, she's going and deleting stuff now. That's worse because I already sent the authorities to her page. They've already been looking at her stuff. So if she's deleting stuff, that means that they saw everything she posted. And if they look again, or when they look again, they'll see that she's tried to cover some of it up, which is precisely what I told them that she's been doing. It doesn't look good for them. That's an attempted destruction of evidence. And mind you, that actually is another law violation. That goes into tampering with evidence and obfuscation of justice or obstruction of justice. She's trying to keep herself from getting in trouble and keep the victims she created by targeting this way from getting justice. That's obstruction of justice. That's a crime. You get in trouble for that legally and you go to jail for that too. It's like perjury. I told you, she's stuck in a rock and a hard place. She just keeps making it worse. She just keeps putting her foot in it and attracting that shit everywhere else.
It's like my heart is beating when you are close to me. Don't wake me, I'm not dreaming. Baby, you're my soulmate. You're my ride or die. I know what you hate. I know what you like. Oh, I'm all about you. 'Cause baby, you're my soulmate.
I like that. That was a good man, bandana. A high school friend took me for $40 and told me, it's cool, I don't want to take your money, bro. What a guy, I never played dice again. What a valuable lesson. That was like an angel in disguise, man. Trying to keep you from maybe a life of gambling down the line. Good man. Neck deep.
Cause baby, you're my soulmate, the love of my life. Cause baby, you're my soulmate, the love of my life.
Huh? I hear this. You mentored? That's really sweet, Thor. IQ. So she struggled. She like very childlike, or she needed protection, obviously. I love you guys. What's up? Storm angel. Indigo. This is battle cry, angel haze.
We come in together.
Yeah.
1,
2, 3, go.
I need to Jim Bunny it out now, I think.
Money cannot buy all the love that's here tonight. All the love that's here tonight. Oh, oh, it's just you and I. So lift your hands towards the sky. Lift your hands towards the sky. It seems like yesterday that I was nothing. Then all of a sudden I'm a volcanic eruption. Then all of a sudden it's like spontaneous combustion. And I'm all up in your face yelling, bitch, you can't tell me nothing. Cause I came from the bottom, now everybody's watching. I said it was my time, now I'm who everybody's clocking. And I'm just out here spreading, I'm running right through my vision. I'm trying to outrun my past, trying to defeat my limits. Cause you only get one moment in this life to be great. And you give it your all, despite what it takes. You never let it kill you. Take everything they give you and throw it right fucking at them. Tell them it doesn't build you. Money cannot buy all the love that's here tonight. All the love that's here tonight. Oh, oh, it's just you and I. So lift your hands towards the sky. Lift your hands towards the sky. Start creating the leaders. Tell them who they should follow. Nobody but themselves, especially if they hollow. Especially when they empty and desperate search for fulfillment. You the only person alive who holds the key to your healing. So you take it.
Is the sky pretty tonight?
With it and keep going, even when your sun's hitting. Because the time we spend in darkness when the rain comes, it's where we often find the light soon as the pain's done. There ain't material things in the world that could change the fact that you feel low. Despite the fact that it gets hard, take it all and you still go. Taste the sun and you still glow. Lose the light and you still grow. I've been there, I'm still here, and I know how you feel, so money cannot buy all the love that's here tonight. All the love that's here tonight. Oh, it's just you and I. So lift your hands towards the sky. Lift your hands towards the sky. Oh, we don't wanna fight. So sing with me our battle cry. Sing with me our battle cry.
Speaking of poetry, let me know if I can read your poem here, Damien, that you sent to me. It was very beautiful, but I won't read it out loud if you don't want me to.
Oh, money cannot buy all the love that's here tonight. All the love that's here tonight. Oh,
I just got the hiccups. Oh, that was a commercial. Somebody's angry. Why are you mad? It's not fair. She's getting away with everything we did to her or something like that. That's crazy, dude. So this is a poem that Damien wrote. He says, it's titled Our Angel. It's very beautiful. He says,
I once was broken, but now I make repairs. It's easier knowing there's an angel who cares. She has her own battles, but cares of my war. I've honestly never felt so fortunate before. I wish I'd met her right from the start. Maybe then there wouldn't be so much pain in my heart, but now I'm here with an angel. You're gonna make me cry, man. Who will care and make a solemn vow that I'm going nowhere. One love, Damien. Also, he says, one love, tribe, my brothers from other mothers and sisters from other misters. I love you all. I love you guys. That was cute. Made me smile. It was a few weeks ago at least, but I still think about it. Thank you for sharing that. That was lovely. I love your expressions. Team Gemini for the win. Can you just close? That was really good. I do like poetry. I'm very musical and language-oriented lady. Yeah, I do that too. I speak for those whose voices have been stolen. The ones too afraid to speak, and the ones who did not survive. That's usually what I say. I also speak to prevent more victims from becoming just that, and prevent any further injury to those who've been targeted. Thank you. Out of their league and up Schitt's Creek without a paddle. Out of their depth and out of their heads. Teach me how to swim. Said, ooh, girl, shook me like an electric wheel. Baby girl, you turn me on like an electric wheel. Said, ooh, girl, shook me like an electric wheel. Baby girl, turn me on with your electric wheel. All along the eastern shore, But two things, potentially. Be mindful not to be steered off course, like off track with distractions or false illusions of things, one. Two, they've been, like the people who've been playing in witchcraft have been trying to use water spirits. Many cultures have different water spirits, but like dark water spirits, mermaids, the stories of like haunted or creature touched lakes where people just seem to drown a lot there or go missing or things like that. It's those types of creatures. But voodoo is one of them that has water spirits. And so you've had people, like I said this last week with the full moon, trying to play with things that they need not be touching, that they know not enough about to be trying to play with. Certainly not against somebody who embodies those energies without having to play in that frequency at all. Marie-Leveau. An incarnation. That was a fragmented life. That was a soul fragmented life, actually. There were a couple of them. I died kind of early in one, and then as that was happening, well, there were some factors that led up to the early death, but yeah, I knew that was coming, so my soul started to fracture at that point. That's why I died early and then was reborn in that one. Sometimes the soul splits like a broken piece of pottery. It's one of the things that I do is soul fragment retrieval. I mean, glue it back together with golden light. Kintsugi. Speaking. Don't play. Oh, and by the way, in that life, very much like I do here, I held very open, free public services where I taught people about the spirits, and we did music, and didn't have the internet back then. I also went to cosmetology school in this life as well. Oh, and in that life, people were jealous of me, tried to compete with me, and wanted to try to combat with voodoo, and in some cases there were whole ass cults that tried to come up against me. Jealous that I held public ceremonies and people flocked to me in gatherings all by myself. Heard. People will be jealous of you because your character carries more weight than their title. Read that. And that's true. It's why people that seem to have more followers than me are jealous of me to the point of trying to steal from me and compete with me. If I was such an irrelevant threat, why would they feel the need to do that? And if I was so worthless, then why would they try to take what wasn't theirs? Obviously, they find value in me and what I do. It's why they wanted it for themselves. Why? Because my character carries more weight than their title ever could. For a lot of them, their title isn't shit anyway. For the rest of them, their title only carried any weight because of the reputation they fabricatedly manufactured. But when their true character colors come out, people see them for who they are and don't give a shit about their fake reputation anymore. And they start treating them accordingly. Justifiably so. Let's do this one.
Hello.
Hello. There's a karmic female who's trying to do that mocking, competitive. I don't know if she's insecure or intimidated and trying to do that fake projection thing. I don't think that's it. I think she's delusional. Yeah, she thinks I'm upset. I'm not upset. I'm channeling. Spirit's upset with you. Right, lack of commitment does not keep promises. Feelings of being disliked or rejected. I told you that. They feel rejected. Diabolical forces, inner struggle, lies, false testimony. Right, lawsuits. They're in legal trouble. I know, we all know who this is. Crazy. Accusations, captivity. I saw that bitch. Oppression, slander. Usurpation, adversity, lawbreaker, criminal, tyrant, and victim. So they're tyrannical, but then they try to play the victim and they get caught. Going against the tide and social laws, hyperactivity, possession, slavery, dark spirits, told you. Addictions, perverted habits, right? Like predatory, fanaticism, compulsive desire to please, or compulsive desire to try to provoke and cause an issue. There that was. Compulsive gambler. They took a bad gamble on that, trying to target me. Egoism, big head, flattery, emphasis on appearance, laws of the jungle, meaning didn't care about the laws spiritually, socially, or legally. Meanness, ignorance, that's why it's backfiring in their faces now. Intolerance, slander, destructive science, art, literature, and music, which is why she's going to delete all her shit now. Don't play that game, girl. It's not a game. You will lose. You lost automatically the second you tried to do that. Also, don't ever try to be a bitch to somebody who can do a much better job at it than you. With much more grace and composure at that. Appropriating knowledge for oneself, right? Like going and trying to run their mouth and gossip on a Discord where they think nobody's watching to recruit rioters, people to do their bidding for them, but doing so in secret so they think they have the upper hand, which is sneaky and manipulative and deceptive. They're underhanded tactics. That's grimy and frankly cheating. If it was a game or a competition or whatever you thought you had in your delusional head, that would be cheating. That's foul. You lost. That's a disqualification for you. But that's why I don't compete. Certainly with people like that. I only compete with the person I was yesterday. Every day. And that's why they perpetually lose. By the time they think they've gotten copying something about me down, I'm already evolved or evolving, so they're too late. And they wasted all their time doing that instead of actually evolving. False reasoning, manipulated by desires, excessively right. Making bad choices because of your impulses and your I want that. I want those things and the things that she has, and I'm going to take it and do this to get it. No, that was false reasoning. I saw it and I wanted it, so I threw a fit and tried to get it. Well, you got in trouble for that too, petulant. Anyway. Cold appreciation, critical and limited mind. So she couldn't get it through a thick skull. Enslavement to material impulses. She did this for money and clout and fame. Egoism, hypocrisy, absence of principles, meaning lack of any kind of morality or ethics, decent principle. Opposing feelings of fraternity, so constant combat, just wanting to war and fight or be domineering over people. My laundry's done. She doesn't bathe. I'm over here out of a fresh shower, smelling like a gem. Speaking of, fresh laundry. Can't relate. Passion, hatred,
angry, escape, fear of matter. So she's afraid of consequences forming in her life or actually coming to collect her, which is why, again, the backtracking. What was it that you said earlier? Damage control attempts. I feel like we need to switch this when I see another one. I heard that. I can't compete with you. No, you can't. So you shouldn't have tried, and you shouldn't be trying. Yeah. I'm not even going to entertain that conversation, but I heard that too. Is that that? There it is. I think in a minute we'll do some yoga. How's that, guys? Sounds like a good vibe to me. Yeah. You cut them off and they're still watching you. So, like, these accounts coming through, be mindful of people trying to either, first of all, be hateful off the cuff, or those ones that are pretending to be nice, but they're not. They're ops. Either looking for information or waiting to flip. Reporting back like the flying monkeys that they chose to become. Your God-given abilities irritate them. Yeah, well. They low-key want to be you. Yeah, you can't. God didn't choose you. They will expose themselves. They already did and continue to do so. Sending hate emails. Well, didn't they do that? Thor, you said they were trying to say nasty things about you. Also, they are hateful and cruel towards, they're bigoted. That means they're bigoted towards disabled or special needs people. Aren't they? They're saying things like that to people. They try to boss you around and make themselves feel superior, but you're not even in charge of yourself. You don't even have regulation over yourselves. You're tantruming and throwing a fit and trying to bully other people because you have no self-control. You are children, petulant in your head, whether you are 18 or over or not, but you want to be in control of someone else when you don't even have a cognitive gauge over yourself. Get a grip. Don't drop it. Haters gang stalking you. Yeah, we know. Crazy. I'd rather chew dry chalk than you. Deal with you. Spying on you is a part of their daily routine. Yeah, we know. Be careful with them. They play dirty. I told you they're grimy. We know. We know. They're jealous. I split the deck and in competition with you. There is no competition. They're jealous, but there is no competition. Just one they tried to pick in their delusional heads, 1122. There's no beef. They're just crazy and jealous. But I'm out of their league and they're out of their depth in their heads. Right. Something has been blocked for your protection. God said, nope. Not today, Satan. Never forever. Haters are lying about you, but because also they've been doing it publicly, and in some cases they've dragged my followers into it or tried to target you, you're also going to witness this, but you will witness their karma for lying and being, you're going to see it. We all will. They wanted to try to publicly slander me. They wanted to try to publicly posture themselves up as good people when they're not. And so part of their karma is to be publicly stripped down and for everybody to see them for who they really have been the whole time. God sent me as karma. And in some cases, that simply means that I will be pressing legal charges in full. And it will be publicized. These haters are bringing you income. Oh, baby. Return to sender backfired on them. Hey, Aaron, what's up? They envy your skills and talents. I know. Claiming credit over your success.
They can't stand to see your creativity because they lack it and it shows. How are you going to claim credit over my creativity when you have none? How are you going to try to pretend to be an influencer when everything I do is what influences you? You're a joke. And I will get the last laugh all the way straight to the damn bank. A couple times over. With interest. Trying to block your money flow. Yeah, that's not working. It's not going to work. They low-key feed off your confidence, which is why, right? See, they see me being, I told you, confident in who I am, but I'm confident because I'm being my authentic self. So they think that if they copy whatever aspects of me they think make me confident, then maybe they'll be confident too. But that is an insecure move alone. You are so insecure within yourself that you're trying to put on a mask of someone else to pretend to be confident because you see somebody else confident in who they really are. I'm not wearing a mask. If you try to copy me, you're still trying to compete and combat, right? If you were really secure in who you were, pretending to be me, you wouldn't need to do that. It's why I don't do that. Because you're not confident. You're still wearing a mask. I am not. We're not the same. We're not side by side. There's no split screen image. There never was. They low-key feed off your confidence. And that's why they still have problems. They think if they try to wear my skin that they'll be confident, but they're still who they are. Even if they stripped my skin and wore it as a coat, they would still be their nasty, insecure selves underneath. That is not confidence. You'd still feel like shit. It's insane, but yeah. Insane. Now you see why their behaviors match up to these delusions, because they're not right in the head. And their actions. What did I tell you? I'm gonna mock you. But it's because they're insecure. And this is why I pulled out the deck. Why? Because I saw that. Crazy. They mock you when they feel jealousy towards you. But it's insecurity. Because they feel like I one-upped them. So they're still wearing a mask. I'm going to mock you to try to make myself feel better or try to make you feel bad because really I'm insecure. So I'm going to pretend to be, but you're still wearing a mask. And I saw that. You still feel like I one-upped you. Because I did. Why? Because I will always be ahead of you. Why? Because I'm chosen and God put me there and asked me to stay there. And you were not given the clearance to do what I do or try to step on my toes. Or wear my skin. Imposters. Yeah, sure. We're going over here in a bit. So we'll show you. Anyways. They don't know how to communicate in a healthy way. No, so they go online and talk shit on Discord. They got scammed trying to do spiritual work on you. Yeah, how'd that money loss work out? How'd that backfire work? Not well for you. They're mad because they want to hate, but they can't help but sneak love you. Hate tweets towards you, petty birds. So they sit and they talk trash in the comments. Or, like I said, they go on Discord. They don't like to show their face. They keep themselves hidden. Or they talk shit on Discord, like I said. Trying to one-up you. They tried to one-up me, but they feel like I one-upped them. Yeah, how'd that work out for you? Not well. Hating on your psychic gifts and abilities. Well, how'd that work out for you? Oh, she's a fake psychic. Yeah, but God showed me while I was in the damn shower about your little Discord shit. And then it turned out to be true. So I guess I'm a real prophetess, eh? Right. They see your true potential and are threatened by it because they know I'm real. They just hope that nobody else believes it. Why? Because everything I'm saying is spot on, which means they're fucked up and in legal trouble. And they don't want people to know or believe that. We see right through you, babies. Anything else? 3 symbols to help out your dream? What do you mean? That's not how that works, dude. They low-key want to be you. Trust no one. They'll try to boss you around. No. To make themselves feel superior. But again, you cut them off and they're still watching. However, extra emphasis on this, they will expose themselves. And they're trying to pull the solar plexus and the sacral chakra. But that's backfiring, and they're also feeling sick to their stomachs, possibly in anxiety over getting caught in the consequences of their actions. But secondarily, it's because they tried to siphon an energy harvest, and that backfire goes right back to those same chakras. And when that manifests physically, yeah, it often hits a stomach upset. So stop. No, I don't believe I did. Card fell in front of me. I got it. Thanks, though. One more thing. Since we checked on the spiritual side of things, it's just for giggles. Well, that doesn't belong there. Hold on. This does. Yeah, I hate her. I hate her. Yeah, we already know. That came out in the psychology card. So we'll hit it from all angles. Spiritual side, the first one was a psychology and behavioral science deck. The last one I used was an evil eye deck. So psychology, mind, spirit, evil eye, and this is a crime deck. So we'll hit the body, physical. Killer is a predator who tracks a specific type of victim. Now, it's not necessarily a killer, but the criminal. Crazy. Let me do this. Because I used this one for something else earlier. I didn't cleanse it, and I want to make sure it's super clean. Thank you for clearing this. Hello. Let's do damn it. Friend knows something. There was a motive for committing the crime. We already talked about that. Social media will provide valuable clues. Yeah, we've already addressed that. Spontaneous behavior or mental illness contributed to the crimes. We know she's crazy. It's in her username. A friend knows something. So this is either somebody like Thor, you figured out what was going on over there. People have connected to me. And let me help you on those questions. I saw you ask for runic help. Let me sit with it for a minute. But this is also the groups of people she's had doing her dirty work for her. Witness may fear coming forward with valuable information. Criminal has a history of committing crimes. Look at the book. Yeah, that's not a coincidence. Also, I went back and I checked the dates, and that book where she stole the artwork off of my fingertips, like she published that first book on March 18th, but I posted my nails on March 14th. She didn't have. She didn't have any artwork until she stole some off of my nails and then decided that that was good enough to publish with. You got robbed. Yeah, that's what she did. Lies, deception, and potential cover-up. Is cover-up. That's what I told the cops. They know about it. Additional evidence at the scene may be discovered. There's more. They've consistently committed crimes everywhere they've gone because they've continued to push a false and illegal narrative to cover up illegal things, which is illegal. Additional evidence is at the crime scene. Suspect lives near the scene of the crime. This crime will be solved in the distant future. Now, like I said earlier, when I'm talking about the police right now, I'm talking about the police in her town, in her area, where she has ties. They know about her. They know her name and her postals. And then this crime wave stole my intellectual work. Yes. And she started advertising that she was going to publish the book before March 18th, but she didn't have any book covers or anything like that until after she stole my nail art on the 14th. She stole the nail art and published on the 18th, but I put my nail art out on the 14th. She was advertising the book, the coverless book. It didn't have any art or covers on it until the 18th because she stole it from me on the 14th. But she had been advertising this book since like January or February. And my name, she stole my name, SeraFae. Oh, I am. She's in legal trouble. But I warned her publicly. I publicly warned her to stop. And I told her that she wasn't allowed to do that. And she thought that was a challenge. She did not take it as a respectful, required legal warning. It was within because a judge would ask me, hey, did you reach out to her? A judge will ask me, did you reach out to her and let her know that this is yours and ask her to stop producing your work, etc., publishing your stolen content, your infringed content? And I can say, yes, I did a couple of times in a number of different ways, on paper, through the mail, through the federal service with legal documents, and then also beforehand, because it shouldn't have gotten to that point online. And I warned her to stop before she published. She didn't publish until she had a book cover, and she didn't have a book cover until she stole my nail art. But she's so mad. I warned her to stop beforehand. Before she published, she chose to take that as a challenge and be combative and spiteful, as if it was a competition for my life and my image and my property instead of a federal crime and theft. And when you do that, because I warned her, she cannot claim that she didn't know. because I warned her and she still chose to publish after, knowing there was an issue and a conflict, although she knew there was an issue and a conflict because she stole it from me in the first place. But I addressed it. There were vocals about it, right? It was public. I said, stop copying me. And she chose to publish on Amazon for sale instead. And that pushes it into something called willful infringement, which is bad because before I warned her and before there was a legal argument of a viable charge of willful infringement, it was like a $30,000 fine per offense. But after it goes from somebody maybe not knowing that they're in violation to knowing that they're violating and still continuing to try to sell stolen content, produce, etc., the fines go up to from $30,000 to $250,000 per offense with huge federal jail time. I think it was like up to 10 years in Arizona where she is for one right off the cuff. So she's in trouble. Nails out. Yeah. Don't do it. I warned her. And then I told you earlier, she's got herself stuck between a rock and a hard place because I warned her not to sell my stolen stuff before. What season are we in right now? As far as, I'll give you 2 hints, the government and money goes. What season are we in right now? It's March. I'll wait. And it's something that everybody has to deal with around this time of year. Taxes, that's right. So here's a little fun fact about this, because I warned her. I said, do not post and sell my stolen stuff. She chose to anyway. Here's the rock and a hard place. It was a spiritual test also for her. God sent me as karma and she failed this lesson. She decided to take what wasn't hers from me. And so it was like this, like a pathway, and there was a fork in the road. I warned her right here, do not do this. She had 2 options, to stop stealing and trying to sell my stolen stuff or to continue to steal and sell my stolen stuff. She chose to continue to steal and sell my stolen stuff. So then she started traveling down that road and continued, trying to do the cover-ups, lying to cover up lies and just stacking them. She couldn't even keep track of them. That's why they got caught also. There's psychology behind that. Remind me to tell you about that later. The brain science behind memory versus fabrication, make-believe. And why that happens. I have science for you. So don't steal my stuff and sell it. I'm going to continue to do it. Okay, well now you've got 2 forks because you can't legally file taxes on stolen goods. But since she stole my goods for sale, now she's got to file taxes. So because she chose not to stop doing it, right? If she had chosen to stop stealing and doing that, she wouldn't have had to deal with any of the tax stuff or be in any of the legal trouble. I would have just let it go. I wouldn't have even I would have let it go. I had bigger fish to fry, etc. I would have been merciful on that one. I would have been lenient. I would have let it go. Full out scot-free if she had just let it alone and cut it off at that point, but she didn't. You say a rock in a hard place. I say more like a Sasquatch in a crawl space. I can't breathe. My face is turning purple. I can feel it. shaking. Hold on. Oh, cheers to you, mate. That was a riot. Tears in my eyeballs. Merry old England. Thanks, Jim. Tell that wench to put her broom where the sun don't shine. You're making me cry. But thanks so much, Jim. You have a song request, ma'am? So, yes, the IRS says you have to file taxes on stolen goods. That's right. Like, you're not supposed to. You have to file taxes. This is the rock and the hard place. She said, I'm going to keep stealing your stuff. Okay, well, you've got to file taxes now. But because it was stolen, you can't legally file taxes on stolen goods. If you sold stuff, you have to file taxes. This is why it's a rock and a hard place. If you stole and sold stuff, you sold stuff. You have to file taxes on it. But since it was stolen, legally you also can't do that. So yes, you're right. The IRS says you have to file taxes, even technically if it's stolen. But you'll get in trouble for filing taxes on stolen goods because it's illegal. Rock in the hard place. Now she's at the question of, it's not, do I steal from MGM or do I not? Now it's a, do I file taxes on those stolen goods or do I not file taxes on those stolen goods and end up in tax evasion? But either way, she's now in trouble with the IRS because she stole my stuff and sold it and or won't pay taxes on it. And so either way, she's in trouble now. Rock in a hard place in every way. And now she also has people against her and legal troubles in a variety of ways to boot. I'm going after damages too. She's not just in trouble with the IRS. She's also in trouble for, all of this was over the internet. That was wire fraud. That's a federal issue. Money transfers and stuff. The criminal conspiracy is another federal issue. You'll get life in prison or the death penalty in the states that carry that for that one. That's a violation of United States Penal Code, USC or 18-241. So, Sasquatch in a crawl space. Right. She's in so much trouble. And then there are the child crimes, which is another one. Then there's using children for those other things, including the wire fraud and the sales. And like, she's in over her head. And I warned her. Remember, if she had just stopped stealing my stuff and let it go, I would have let everything go. I wouldn't have even held her accountable for that. I would have given her grace, but nope, not anymore. And even if I were willing to do that, she's still in trouble legally now with the feds. Whoops, not my whoops. Don't say I didn't warn you. I wasn't bluffing and I wasn't being mean. I just wasn't tolerating your horse shit. How do you like me now? Toes in your teeth. Mad because they want to hate, but they can't help but sneak love. We've seen that. Ex-hater will try to reach out. Expect more of them to try to apologize since they realize they're wrong. But this crime will be solved in the distant future. Suspect lives near, yeah, we already know. I heard that. Damn, she's good. Yeah, I know. Anything else? If she's not, this is why. This is why I have to hold her accountable, and this is why God sent me as karma, because she wasn't about to stop here. And look at the little child in the background of this card, okay? I'm making sure that I'm the last target and that she can't target any more kids anymore either. Because she's been doing this. And she wasn't about to stop. Details leading up to this crime or the offenses may be worth investigating. Premeditated. This was premeditated. The criminal planned out the details in advance. And we saw that with the Discord stuff. That's why they tried to start doing damage control and erasing things. Because before, she would double down and post more to try to like a one-up combat. Now she's trying to erase it. She shouldn't have been doing either. But yeah, we see it for what it is. And that was to be expected. It's just narcissism 101. I love you. Thanks. Ah, yucky. Think they've learned their lessons yet? I heard no. Well, they're about to. The hard way, I guess. Oh, I like this song. Saw 1:11:11.
And you give me
Kiss the clock. And 22.
How many times do I have to tell you? Even when you're crying, you're beautiful too. The world is beating you down and I'm around through every move. You're my downfall. You're my muse. My worst distraction. My rhythm and blues. I can't stop singing. It's ringing in my head for you. My head's underwater, but I'm breathing fine. You're crazy and I'm out of my mind. 'Cause
Whoops. I like this one a lot. How is everybody? Wanna blaze up with me? I hate her. That's fine. I don't really like you.
Come on, turn the radio on. It's Friday night and I won't be long. Gotta do my hair, put my makeup on. It's Friday night and I won't be long till I hit the dance floor.
Can I tell you something? I was pretty sure I wouldn't come here tonight. Frankly. Like, I thought I would be taking the night off. But God said, no. Go see your people. I said, okay. And I'll be here tomorrow, too. So I'll see you tomorrow. I'm glad I do too. It's nice to see you. Come on, put the radio on. Jim Pascal song.
Come on, turn the radio on. It's Friday night and I won't be long. Gotta do my hair,
I'm excited to see it work, man.
But I got you, baby. Baby, I don't need your best to have fun tonight. Baby, I don't need your best to have fun tonight. I don't need no money. As long as I can feel I don't need no money. As long as I keep dancing. I don't need no money. As long as I can feel the beat. I don't need no money. As long as I keep dancing. Baby, I don't need the best to have fun tonight. Baby, I don't need the best to have fun tonight. I don't need no
Oh no. No, don't do that. Don't hurt yourself or punch a pillow if you need to. Go scream into the wilderness. But don't hurt yourself, please. Don't apologize. You have nothing to apologize for me. You're all right. Also, let's do some alchemy. And I'm sending out Reiki that will subsequently also hit anybody who is not here anymore, that was here, that wanted it, but left or fell asleep before we got to it. I got you. Also, as far as yesterday goes, same deal. Got you. Go take care of yourself. I appreciate you and also sticking up for her, but try not to fight. Just tell them to leave it alone. Don't treat people like that. Or maybe they're not even worth entertaining if it's online. Maybe just block them. But right, there's no better reason to fight if that's the case. And there's no other option. I'm not judging. Violence is not typically the first go-to, preferably. Mad? Why are you mad? Somebody's saying they're angry that they couldn't get away with their targeting tactics. I hear you're too smart for me. They got caught. Yeah, well, you shouldn't have done that.
Hello.
So cute. I can't keep up with her, so stop trying.
I was looking for a long time. I never found nobody like you. I saw you order up in my tie. And suddenly I wanted one too. I got your name, got your number, and we talked till they turned on the lights. I was looking for a long time. I didn't know that night I'd find my person, my heartbeat, my slow days, my Sunday morning sipping on coffee. And then I know we know best friend. The feel of my t-shirts, my reason for being home from work, my saving grace, my everything. I've never been more sure that you're my friend.
heard that. You're good.
Even when you blow the punchline, nobody makes me laugh like you do. Every minute is a long time. If I ain't holding on to you, you're my staying on the weekend. You're my come on done. You're my call home saying it's more than love. My machine, yeah, you're my person, my heartbeat, my slow dance, my Sunday morning sipping on coffee. Yeah, man, I know when you know best friend. The feel of my t-shirt, my reason for speeding home from work. My saving grace, my everything. I've never been more sure that you're my person. Look ahead at the road and you know I see you there. Or I can see a little
Yeah, I'm sure there are kids watching because Crazy Pants sent them. But this is an 18 plus live stream. So they don't belong here. And if they're here, that's a them problem, not a me problem. And she should not have stream sniped and played my 18 plus live feed for her 13-year-old peer group. That's her problem. They weren't coming over here till she sent them to do it. And I've been here for a decade. And that only started when she started doing that. So, which was within the last year or two. That's her problem.
yeah, I'm still gonna stay 'cause you're my person, my heartbeat, my slow dance, my Sunday morning sipping on coffee. Yeah, man, I know when you know best friend. The sleeves of my t-shirt, my reason for speeding home from work. My saving grace, my everything, but never been more sure that you're my person. Yeah, baby, you're my person.
Are you going there to spend time with her? Yeah, I was just thinking that rather than cause any extra escalation, Kitty had some good advice. I think maybe, potentially, if somebody needs to be told to leave her alone in order to understand that she's not alone and maybe they should back off, that's a full out different story. But as far as Kitty's advice, yeah, that's both of you. It would be better for both of you to just kind of unwind. You're crazy. Rather than escalate the situation and upset yourself or her. She's gone. I got rid of her. Just projection. She was annoying. And unworthy of being in my face. Resultantly. Little trash bag projection. Not today, narcissist. But yeah, rather than fighting, maybe try to alchemize that as best as possible. I heard somebody ask me, Kitty says, no joke, someone playing with my hair is the magic weapon for everything painful or difficult for me. Yeah, I know what you mean. Dre used to pet me like a cat and I'd fall asleep in his lap. So, somebody was just asking me, like, who do you go to? And I've had that question before. I had some of my other followers years ago ask me, you're the person everybody goes to. So when you have a problem or when you have trouble, like, who do you go to? Well, I'm alone. Or I go to lawyers and doctors. Peer-to-peer conversations with them. That's how it's been. I'm a Sigma female. It was a survival necessity. But you've seen pretty consistently that those who are either supposed to be reliable or say that they're reliable end up not being reliable. So I've just learned to take all of that with a grain of salt. People say things all the time. Doesn't mean they mean them or they will down the line. Doesn't mean they'll actually hold them. And then also on the flip side, you see ops just trying to take digs outright. Then you have the ops trying to manipulate their way in so that they can take digs from the inside. Or you had people who maybe started out as a fan or tried to pretend to be a friend, or started out as a friend but then got jealous and turned into an op, or a family who was supposed to be present. Like, no. My mama used to tell me, you're the alpha of the family. No, I'm Sigma. I can lead the pack, but I don't need a pack to lead. Do I prefer having good company? Yes. Do I miss having a matched partner and enjoy that? Absolutely, thoroughly, but it's not worth the fucking headache when there's nothing equal about a connection. And for me, well, I'm not replaceable. So imagine how tricky it is to find a match for an irreplaceable, unique person. Takes an equally irreplaceable and unique person. Balance. Takes balance.
When a shot.
I didn't say identical. I said balance. The lady version of Thor. Oh, I like this song. This is auto playing. There it is. There's a karmic. I'm sorry I did A, B, and C. You give good advice. I do. If you'd shut up and listen long enough, you would have learned that a long time ago. Maybe some of them did. That's why they got jealous or insecure, because I saw through them. It scared them. So they decided to try to destroy me before people listened to the truth. Notice another discrepancy in something somebody told right now here in the comment section. Somebody just told me something right now. They told me something different the other day, and I don't know if they remember telling me that, but I definitely do. And it was about the same topic, so there shouldn't be a different story today. Right? Going back into the brain chemistry of why people who lie lose track of their lies and why they get caught. It's because the memory, the memory center of the brain and the creative center of the brain, the let's make shit up center of the brain, are two separate centers of the brain. They're not the same. The memory center holds memories, things that really happened, that were actually experienced. Creative center of the brain does not. The creative center of the brain is what people use when they try to make up a lie. It didn't really happen. But since it didn't really happen, it doesn't actually live in the memory center of the brain. And when people are trying to lie, they're trying to recall something that didn't really happen from the memory center of the brain where it doesn't actually exist. So every time they try to recall that lie, or every time time passes and they build on the lies and they tell different people versions of the story and bend it however they need to get that particular person to believe it through their lens of beliefs or whatever it is, their lens of ethical, whatever it is, however they read people and try to manipulate each individual person. But because none of those things really happen and they're just spewing whatever they think people need to hear in the creative center of the brain, it didn't really happen. It doesn't really exist in the memory center. Eventually it gets jumbled. They can't keep track of it because it's just a bunch of made up shit that they're trying to remember here, but it's not there. Whoops, not my whoops. If you don't lie, you have nothing to remember. Just the truth is much easier to keep track of because it really happened. What is that? Is it like a lie? It's so cute. Tommy is yeah, that's so cute. Damien. As far as what? Shaving it? We're waxing it? No, don't pull it out. Could be a sign of wisdom. Like a birthmark almost. I don't use runes like that. When you see me paint those, that's my name in Norse. Yeah, no, I'm being told to leave this right now. So no. Also, Damien, I would like to tell you and answer your question. But I do have to say, if I catch you lying about a little shit, I'm not going to trust you on the big stuff either.
almost ready to move over here. Also, the person I just caught telling me 2 different stories is somebody who's been, they were on another account before, recently started coming onto a new account.
Just as my form
You like this one, chillin'?
losing this war of attrition, just as I drift away, will you hold this eclipse in me? 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 With the shadows longer to me than a light, moving so slow I could die. Say you could let me say, will you hold this eclipse in me? Will you hold this eclipse in me? Will you hold this eclipse in me? Will you hold this eclipse in me?
Still a backstory being dropped that's lies. Do you not think he's lying? Don't listen to him. I have angels in my ear ratting you out, and I love you. Please continue. But I don't need the angels to tell me that, to know that. I saw you say the other thing the other day. Your backstory. You just changed it. Get into the studio. My grandmother wants me to as well. Kitchen dweller. Yes, right. That's going to be the title. The Kitchen Dwellers.
I've got eyelids
Heavy enough to cut diamonds.
you pray for sound and I pray for silence. Damn right fake this I can't deny. You'll find me with half a mind to get by.
Give me the edge of the blade of the sword and a place. Pushing the roses. You know you live by the fire and I die by the sword. I am the goddess of death. Angel. Ooh, 12:22. You used to know me well. I myself Thank you. Will you want the secrets in me? Sweet dreams. I don't much like being lied to. Do you take me for a fool? God saw that. Kitchen dwellers! My stomach is yelling. See, my gut, even my gut knows your bullshit. I heard that. Fuck, she knows I'm lying. The thing is, I've been letting this person talk. I've known this for like the last week or something. I could just tell the energy signature was the same. They're pretending to be a new person, but it's not a new person. It's somebody that's been here for a few months. Not only is the energy signature the same, the way that they speak is identical. The behaviors, the mannerisms, I'm not dumb, dude. I'm very versed in psychology as well, but I'm also highly psychic. Kitchen dwellers are a species. Yes, mate. Kitchen dwellers unite. The tea corner. Welcome to Alex's Wonderland. Why am I hearing this? I love this though. Adorable. Hi Dave, how are you? No fridge is safe. No, Leo's fine. No, you're good. Chilling. Although I will say, I'm being called to be quiet about it right now. It is what it is. Just, I noticed, that's all. I noticed. Somebody said, so you've just been watching and entertaining. I let people play themselves. They think they're playing me. They think I don't notice.
Beginning, a very good place to start. When you read, you begin with A, B, C. When you sing, you begin with Do, Re, Mi. Do, Re, Mi. Do, Re, Mi. The first three notes just happen to be Do, Re, Mi.
I won't leave yet. Go get your Swiss cheese.
Do, Re, Mi, Fa, Sol, La, Ti. Oh, let's see if I can make it easier. Do, a deer, a female deer, Ray, a drop of golden sun. Me, a name I call myself, but a long way to run. So, a needle pulling thread, La, a note to follow, so. Tea, a drink with jam and bread, that'll bring us back to Do. Do, a deer, a female deer, Ray, a drop of golden sun. Me, a name I call myself, but a long way to run. So, I need a pulling thread, La, a note to follow, so. Tea, a drink with jam and bread, that will bring us back to Do. Female deer, Ray, a drop of golden sun.
So fucking cute. I love it. Oops. Oh, thanks, man. Sending love. It's been a vibe having you here. Wait, what? Some notes, I'll give you some. Did he start singing? If you want some notes, I'll give you. That's funny. He's clever. That was funny, man. I've never heard that before. That was a good one. Perp sure wasn't nice to hear when you were asking for something, but that was very clever. What a troll response. I didn't play this, but it just started playing.
Could be bad.
Oh. Oh no, I bet that was not nice to hear.
World that makes such wonderful things. could be bad. Look at this stuff, isn't it neat? Wouldn't you think my collection's complete? Wouldn't you think I'm the girl who has everything? Look at this trove, treasures untold.
Thank you. Sure, Perry, what's up? Oh, spirit box.
Looking around here, you
Thank
think,
you.
sure, he's got everything. I've got gadgets and gizmos aplenty. I've got who's and what's it's galore. You want thingamabobs? I've got 20. But who cares? No big deal. I want more. I want to be where the people are. I want to see them dancing, walking around on those, what do you call them? Oh, feet. Flipping fins, you don't get too far. Legs are required for jumping and dancing, strolling along down a, what's that word again? Street. Up where they walk, up where they run, up where they stay all day under the sun, wandering free. I wish I could be part of your run. What would I give if I could live out of the water?
It's a little mermaid, babe.
To spend a day warm in the sand. That you're on land, they understand that they don't reprimand their daughters. Pregnant women, sick of swimming, ready to stand. Ready to know where the people are. Asking my questions, getting answers. What's a fire and why does it? What's the word? Burn. When's it my turn? Would I now love to explore the world above? Out of the sea. Wish I could be a part of your world.
That was cute. Jaded. Spirit. Okay. Oh. Who's that by? Die for You? Who's that? Weekend? I heard this earlier in my ears. I was doing laundry. Speaking of which, I should go switch that. Con said not yet. Okay. Okay, I guess I can wait till I'm done streaming. Much as I want to go organize it now. Fish girl. The little mermaid. I didn't see it. That was hilarious. You guys are hilarious tonight. I did too. could do a Disney night. Are you okay, Gary? Are you okay? It's good. I just want to make sure you're feeling alright. Yeah, I felt that. Hope you feel better soon. So you're in the military? Or were? Is that a picture of you? For serious? If that's the case, then thank you for your service. And I wish you all happiness and healing that might help you. Thank you for being here. It's okay not to feel okay.
Collective.
Huh? Collective. Thing autoplay. Try this. I was just hearing this one in my ears. You're talking about Disney.
No, I'm really not supposed to speak to strangers. But we've met before. I know you. I walked with you once upon a dream. I know you. The feel in your eyes is so familiar, clear. Yet I know it's true that visions are seldom all they seem. I know you. I know that you do. You will be at once the way you did once.
Bless me. I'm allergic to somebody's. Bullshit. The way you did once upon a
Oh,
I'm awfully
Ooh.
sorry. I didn't mean to.
I'm so sorry to hear that. Also, I'm not a vet, but the level of stalking, combat, like the gang stalking, the organized crime, the targeting tactics, in some cases from people who were in the military, is why I ended up with complex PTSD, just the constant barrage of abuse, domestic abuse, assault, child abuse, like all of it. And then even secondhand trauma. So unfortunately, the last 10 years of trying to escape that, the domestic abuse and all the organized crime around it, I ended up with veteran level combat trauma. So mad respect. Thank you for your service. I don't know if it's like physical injuries or trauma or both that you're dealing with, but
yeah, they abused me to the point where I also qualified. And it's rough. It's rough to be injured to that point. So I'm sending lots of love and healing. It's okay not to feel okay. Just don't give up on yourself. And I dealt with both physical injuries from it and the trauma. So, mad love. Oh, you're in Maine. Huh. This is why I also teach about the domestic abuse and how the targeting tactics, they're military based, right? When you've got US citizens targeting and attacking other US citizens, it's domestic terrorism. It's not a terrorist from another country bombing a different country, but it's a United States citizen attacking another United States citizen. So while the things that have happened to me, if it was like an American soldier going into another country and doing those things to people there, or somebody from another country coming here and doing it to US citizens here, it would be a war crime. Or like if it was happening during an active war zone where there were active bombings going on, or active war zones. But when it's in a supposed to be civil place where there's no active war zone and you have, like, let's say US citizens just bullying and attacking other US citizens this way, it's domestic terrorism. You can absolutely have another song request. Let me know what song. And so the only differentiation point really is they're saying that they're in different locations, crime against humanity, because it's supposed to be a humane civil environment versus a war crime, which is things that shouldn't be going on in an already active war zone. But the crimes are the same. The penalties are the same. They're punishable by life in prison or the death penalty in the states that carry it. It's not a small issue. You have military veterans, like I said, who end up coming back disabled, but you have criminal domestic abusers hurting people to the same point on US soil, and it's not okay. It never was. So I have a lot of respect. People who put themselves in the line of protection. No, I'm not judging, Harry. And you don't have to be perfect. Just aware, self-aware, willing to adjust if necessary. But sometimes, honestly, like with trauma and cycles of things like that come. That's why I asked if you were okay. The line that was sticking out to me in the song was something about shame. You said, I'm not proud of some of the things I've done. And that's when and why I asked, are you okay? You just told me, I'm not proud of some of this. Everybody learns and grows and makes mistakes. And I'm sure that I have not signed up for any kind of active duty or military stuff because I know
what that type of environment entails. I just had to survive levels of nonsense myself. I did not ask for it. I did not sign up for it. I did not wish it. I would not wish it on other people. While soldiers still get the training to go and be able to do that, which I didn't actively, I had to figure it out on my own while I was going through it, it's still hard. They're like, your whole nervous system and mentality is broken down so that they can train you to be what they want you to be. That does come with a lot of confusion and feelings. So please don't body jar, not the same. Feel bad about that. I can't even imagine. Actually, I can. That's why I didn't sign up for that, but it's okay. If it's not okay, it's not the end. The sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be sun. I like this. I heard that. Somebody's asking me, let me rewind. Why did I not sign up for the military stuff? Because I had people, in some cases I had ex-military people stalking, targeting, trying to hack. Like, these people tried to destroy me. Some of them were parts of cults and all kinds of nonsense. It was terrorism. And so what is a U.S. military soldier going to fight, typically speaking? Some kind of terrorism or something. Right? Hello. Conflict, which is all that was towards me. Conflict is conflict, whether it's people in another country or domestic abuse. Abuse is abuse. It's violent and it's dangerous and it's really bad for the nervous system long term. So, and that's just at a starting point. When you're dealing with CPTSD, also eventually the body gets so overwhelmed for so long that it can start breaking down and you get sick. It's not good. You don't feel well. The nervous system starts attacking itself. The immune system gets confused. No. Oh, Marine? Not Army? Perry? Either way. It's a stressful environment. But when you're dealing with people like this over time, like I said, it's not good for the body. It can break down. You were in the Army, Leo? Yeah, not everybody comes out the same. Receive and obey all orders, no matter the concept, concerns, or questions. Right. It's
form of brainwashing, really. Like they train you to think a certain way and be a certain way so that you can function and do what they want you to do. But then when you get back out, it can be difficult. I can imagine, like, almost dissociative. Right. They break you so they can mold you, right? But then when you get out, that mold doesn't fit anymore. And so then you kind of have to like reshape yourself, and that can be hard. That's when those feelings or any kind of shame or anything can come up. But that's also often a trauma response, survivor's guilt, or some kind of guilt that often pairs with those environments, comes hand in hand. Yeah. Like I said, awful things. Somebody asked, like I said, why? Why did I not sign up for those things? Because I knew that the impact of experiencing damage, only 32, and have seen kids die, he says, I know, that's awful. For me, like, my daughter's been held hostage. I've been validly concerned for her well-being and mine. They've been targeting both of us. We've both been in danger as a result. And so the bodily responses, they're the same. The threats are very similar. The brainwashing tactics that they use, it's all to enforce some kind of control that comes hand in hand, and it can be very damaging and destabilizing. It is very damaging and destabilizing, and that's why I didn't sign up for it. That's why I speak up against it and I fight against it. But it's also why I understand the soldier bit, because yeah, I had to soldier through the abuse to survive it. And the impact on the brain and the body is the same. Similarly, when you're dealing with that type of abuse and monopolization or violence, hostage situations, it's fear. The amygdala, the prefrontal cortex, and the hippocampus are the three main parts of the brain that are most deeply affected. And they regulate the fear and emotional responses. They regulate the memory center, speaking up. They regulate the cognitive processing and function. I do recommend therapy as well. EMDR specifically really is helpful for me. And because you're a vet, that should be covered in your benefits, right? Should cover EMDR if you're dealing with trauma stressors. I know this because even the US military and the government has a website on complex PTSD. They have got a page for regular PTSD, which is tier 1, level 1, but then also tier 2 or level 2 CPTSD, or complex PTSD is also on there. EMDR, yep. Stands for eye movement derapidization and resensitization. So if you've ever seen somebody when they're sleeping, sometimes people don't do this, but if you've seen somebody sleeping when their eyes are kind of flicking, you can see that like their eyes are closed, their lids are closed, but their eyeballs are like twitching and rolling kind of behind the lid. You can see them like twitching. That is when they're in REM sleep. So after a few hours, usually your body goes into a deeper level of sleep, and that's when the deep healing goes into processing. But it takes a couple hours of sleep for you to get deep enough into REM sleep, and you have to be able to stay there for long enough for it to do its job. The problem with this is sleep is something that often people with trauma don't get enough of. Or if they do get enough sleep, it's often very broken. And there's not really enough time for them to go into those deep levels of REM sleep for their brains to do the healing. So EMDR taps into those same brain frequencies. It stands for eye movement desensitization and reprocessing because it's tapping into the REM sleep part of the brain while you're awake and cognitive and actively processing out those traumas. So like, let's say that you keep having flashbacks about the kids, right? That would be something you could sit with a therapist who's trained in EMDR. I use a machine that sends vibrational buzzers like through each palm. It goes back and forth and it triggers the left and right hemispheres of the brain. There are some that do tapping. I don't know if I'd want to do the tapping personally. I've done emotional freedom tapping. I like it, but I don't want to focus on that. I just want to sit and focus on the processing. So I prefer that. That's the tool that I use with my doctor. But to each their own. I know Prince Harry used the tapping one, actually. He was still dealing with stress as an adult over the murder of his mom, Princess Diana. The tapping, yeah. See, I prefer EMDR. I like the vibrational machine buzzers that they use. It's like having two cell phones in your hand, and one buzzes, it's like they're on silent, but they're vibrating. One buzzes and then it stops, and the second it stops, the other one starts to vibrate, and they just go back and forth. An eye patch and severe insomnia symptoms explored. Oh gosh. So it's like you're still hearing the gunshots, kind of. I'm so sorry. That's terrible. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like you're almost still hearing them. Bombs or something, whatever it was. And so let's say that's something that's keeping you. It's like the gunshots or the whatever, like sound memories can be a thing too. So it might be your brain recalling that, right? Whether it be flashbacks about the kids or the sound thing. I don't know about the sound thing, but I would say probably, since it's all connected and tied to the brain, that would be something that you could sit with an EMDR doctor, therapist, and like you talk out the traumas. It's talk therapy, but you're actively addressing and clearing out whatever issue while using, for me, it's using the palm vibrators, the buzzers. You're a hit as well. An eye patch, like Odin. Could be anything that triggers a response. Either way, regardless of what the actual trigger point is, especially if it's linked back to like the initial point where the trauma started, working on healing that can lessen the other symptoms around it. So if the exploding head, what was it, syndrome is linked to the stress of like the flashbacks and the trauma and the whatever, the kids, all of the other stuff, yeah, it can, if you lessen the root cause of it, it can reduce the symptoms or neutralize the symptoms. That's why I advocate for, it's not even just like going and diving in and doing the shadow work. You feel better. The wound is where the light enters, man. Imagine, like, let's say you get a cut, especially if it's gotten infected, and you pour even just peroxide or something on it. That shit's gonna sting.
is good for it. Clean it out. But it stings. But not as bad as it does if you leave it to get infected or stay infected. Right? And then the healing can happen. The wound is where the light enters. Spiritual antibiotics and such. But yeah. Traumatic brain injury. Yeah. All of those things, EMDR can help. It can help people that have, because I find that the trauma symptoms, like when I've gotten TBI injuries from the abuse, the symptoms are parallel to concussions. And then I also noticed that people with Lyme disease, especially really severe cases of it, the neurological symptoms can parallel a little bit. It's really interesting, but it's all just brain healing. And so once you work on getting that regulated a little bit more, those other things can kind of level out. And so what EMDR does, right? We talked about how it's tied to REM sleep. Doctors used to think that when your brain cells died, they were dead. If you killed brain cells or you had a TBI injury or something, like that was it. The neurons were dead, severed, disconnected, whatever. And you can't reconnect them, the ones that are cut, dead, etc. But now, with things like EMDR and even nootropics, we can rebuild new ones. Right? So the neurons in your brain, they're the little, kind of like little tentacle, feely electron things, and they're all through your brain, and they connect and they talk to each other, and it's how your whole body knows how to communicate with each other, but it all starts in the brain. And so when you have neurons that die, it's harder to think. In some cases, it's harder to move. If people get enough of a brain injury, they could be paralyzed or unconscious or like whatever the case may be. But even on a smaller scale, let's say somebody gets TBI injury and they lose neurons, they might start having memory problems or trouble communicating because those bits of brain matter aren't connecting and talking to each other the way that they need to in order to finish out that executive function that's being commanded. Like one part of the brain might be telling another part of the brain to do something so that the body can do something or so that you can focus on something, but it's like one side of the brain will go to talk to the other part of the brain, and the line of communication, the telephone line between them, the neurons has gotten cut, disconnected. Somebody cut the wire. You can't reconnect the dead wires, but you can, it's like, I just got a vision of like calling a telephone company and they set up a new line, brand new line. They wire it in from point A to point B. So you can rebuild. And when you have the neuron function that's rebuilt, it can help regulate and balance the emotions. It's easier to think more clearly. It's easier to stay grounded and level. You don't get triggered as much. If you do, they're not as bad. It's easier to try to calm them and neutralize them. It gives you some cushion. For me, I've been working on healing back into regular PTSD, which sounds bad. So it's like, you want to heal into PTSD? I'll take that over CPTSD any day. And I have been. While people are still trying to cause injury and keep me from healing, as well as cause new injury, and in some cases, kill me. Yeah, alcohol is a coping mechanism, but that also is something that maybe you may find benefit from healing some of those neurons, regenerating. Yeah. Now, and then from that point, the idea is to heal out of PTSD, right? Like, it's possible. You can heal from CPTSD in about a year. I was researching a couple of years ago some studies. In 1 year, you can heal out of it. But that 1 year cycle doesn't start fully until you are out of the danger and out of the space that hurt you in the first place. You can't heal in the place that made you sick. Now, I do. And I try to maintain whatever level of health that I can. You bleed when people cut you. Nonetheless, you still try to heal. Otherwise, you just roll over and die. And I don't give up. And beyond that, the studies I was reading on the healing of the healing of complex PTSD, I think they may have included EMDR, like healing tools as a mechanism, but what they did not include was biohacking. I'm a biohacker. They didn't have any statistics on how quickly people could heal with the addition of nootropics and biohacking. I know I can cut that time way down. Now, it's not a race or a competition. If it took a year to heal or more, then that's fine. But that year number doesn't include the science information that I have on healing, nor does it include the spiritual stuff, but neither here nor there. With the addition of those, I know I can biohack that time zone, timeline down and make basically quantum leap the healing. But as of this week, I've still had psycho murderous stalkers, drug-addled stalkers at my door, and my only child is still presently being held hostage by a group of people, including pedophiles, that have been targeting her. So, mad respect to the vets. I get it. You got out a week ago, so you're still just, good God. Reeling a little bit. Belfast, where? Yeah, there are a lot of healing modalities that can be used, Perry. I really hope that you feel better soon. There's no shame in getting some help and support, man. You've been through some stuff. But rather than self-destructing, you might make me cry, man. I hope you choose to try to love yourself and get some help. I go every week. I look forward to I told my doctor I loved her the other day. She said something. We were actually talking about quantum law and time. I'm like, time is an illusion. She's like, none of it's real. It's just the Matrix. I'm like, I love you. She laughed. We both laughed. Ah. Somebody said, you're a doctor? Yeah, I told you, peer-to-peer conversation. Yeah. Private group for veterans, holistic healing. Yeah. I appreciate that, Kitty. That's lovely. Way to help out the chat. Yeah, body jar. Speaking of, that was the other thing I was getting ready to say. For as far as everything else goes, I do hope you get, whatever help and support that you need. I'm glad that this is a space that you find helpful. But as far as tonight goes, I know sometimes music and a good vibe can help immensely. So let's do that. I also would like to go over and do some yoga now. 1:11 on the clock on the East Coast. And Maybe we'll wait till tomorrow to do the shadow work. We'll do some more shadow work journals tomorrow. But Reiki and some yoga before bed tonight. I love you guys. Cleansing Reiki. There's Reiki to elevate and lift the spirit as well. Some return to sender Reiki. There is Sunshine Reiki coming out. I love this. With the boost of solar plexus. Very happy. Also money. Financial Reiki. There's, what is that? Roadblock reversal. You know how sometimes people try to do like road blockage spells or no. Like a road opener. This is a road opener Reiki. Whoa. Hi. I love you. Thank you. There's Guardian Reiki coming through. So protection Reiki. I'm telling you, I was just thinking, I think maybe I should make something like a snack. I definitely feel my blood sugar doing a thing. It's just been a little bit since I've eaten. I need to make sure to eat. But before I look down at your comment, I was thinking about pulling out a tortilla, protein tortilla. I hear this. I was going to play a few more songs. We got into the trauma chats. There's throat chakra, a throat chakra attack coming through. No. Silencing spell. No. But I do bind you to your own cruelty and intent. No one will listen to you. Yeah, they were trying to put like binds, cuffs, spiritual cuffs on the legs and the hands. No. Feel stuck now though, don't you? It's heavy. I got eyes in the back of my head.
Wasn't easy trying to run with those handcuffs. Sun comes up.
Taking this body, skin looking salty, fresh out of the sea. Won't you come taste me? I'm on vacation, no obligations. Maybe we fall in love, let the stars be our audience. Tell me what you want, what you want, what you want. You keep giving me elevator rise, I'm not surprised. You're hypnotized, going up and down. Elevator rise, your lips could touch. No need to rush, going up and down. Go get a rubber. No, never mind it. Cook your poison on jacuzzi. Let's risk it, it's worth it. I'm on vacation. Body princess in. Yeah, I will remember you. Naked and beautiful. Tell me what you want, what you want, what you want. You keep giving me elevator rise. Elevator rise, I'm not surprised. You're hypnotized, going up and down. Elevator rise, your lips could touch. No need to rush, going up and down. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Sun kissed in my dirty bed. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Opposition's always sitting in the back of my head. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Come back so I don't forget. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. You keep giving me elevator rise, elevator rise. I'm not surprised. You're hypnotized, going up and down. Elevator rise, your lips could touch. No need to rush, going up and down.
This is Elevator Eyes by Tovolo. And then I heard this. Going to cap the music after this one. While I was doing laundry earlier.
Big game tip.
Testify. Yeah, I bet you could outdrink me too. But you know what? I can outsmoke most people in here, and that's not a flex. That's not a flex, that's a trauma response. My tolerance level is just real high. Because so is the pain. They're playing a shooting game on this. Hold on. I'll get a version without that in there. Sorry about that.
Everyone.
Try not to cause intentional triggers. Smoking a fatty. Yeah, I don't get it.
not.
I'm finding ways to articulate the feeling I'm going through. I just can't say I don't love you, 'cause I love you. Yeah, it's hard for me to communicate the thoughts that I hold, but tonight I'm gonna let you know. Let me tell the truth.
And
Let me tell the truth.
what kind of salsa do you like?
Yeah, you know what I'm thinking. See it in your eyes. You hate that you want me. Hate it when you cry. You're scared to be lonely, especially in the night. I'm scared that I'll miss you. Happens every time. I don't want this feeling. I can't afford love. I try to find reason to pull us apart. It ain't working 'cause you're perfect, and I know that you're worth it. I can't walk
Habanero. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Amsterdam is on Mr. Meeker's bucket list. It was on both of ours, but that's like where he wanted to go. Partially for that reason, I think. In fact, I know.
Find ways to manipulate the feeling you're going through. Baby girl,
Scorpion. You like scorpion pepper?
just don't blame me too. Yeah, 'cause I can't take this pain forever. And you won't find no one that's better. 'Cause I'm right for you, babe. I think
Pick
I'm
up.
right for you, babe. You know what I'm thinking. See it in your
I'll show you in a
eyes.
minute.
You hate that you want me. Hate it when you cry. It ain't working 'cause you're perfect, and I know that you're worth it. I can't walk away. Even though I'm going through it, it makes you feel alone. Just know I would not be
Scorpion. Chocolate scorpion pepper? Is that a thing? It's a real thing? It wouldn't surprise me. I say that because there's weed. I prefer LA Confidential. But they also have LA Chocolat. It's not the same. I do prefer the Confidential. But big as a fish. Mr. Music. No, Mr. Meeker was. We weren't married on paper, but he called me his wife. I called him my husband, and for a month before he died, I would wake up to him every morning slipping an engagement ring on my finger. And like, he wasn't trying to wake me up, but that I would wake up just because I was sleeping lightly, I guess, and that's what he'd be doing, like on his knees trying to sneak it on my finger so that I would wake up with it on. But I woke up. Smells fresh, Cinderella 99. I haven't seen LA Confidential in a while. This all being said, he died in 2016, Mr. Meeker. I didn't know Mr. Meeseeks cartoon. Meeker was his last name. Kitchen dwellers unite. But now we go to the living room.
I like the open space, open floor plan. Here, as far as design structure, it was foolish to put the chandelier lights in. I did not do that. I would not have done that. But leaving the open floor was good. I think it would have been too walled off if they had separated it. Oh boy, no. It was a good, better choice. I can't believe that. Why would you put chandeliers on a ceiling that you could touch when you jump? That's dumb. I didn't do it. Anyway. Oh, somebody's mad. That's breakfast sounds perfect. Good idea. Do I really want to make that though? I mean, I guess it's not that hard. I don't really want to cook right now. And I also am not really hungry. Can you help me? Thank you. Ugh. No. Okay. True crime. Oh no. Oh no. Well, 'tis the season of child predators being caught. That chapter doesn't have any new videos out. We watched the last one a couple of days ago. Also, coffee house crime. Same deal, which is fine. But then I heard they said Danielle Kirsty. I'm like, okay, she has a new video. And it's about a female child predator, a woman pedophile. Does that sound familiar? Who grooms children. Happens pretty often here if I am called to pick a true crime. They'll send me in one direction or another, and it's typically speaking like the last video that they posted, but they'll tell me like, hey, go to this person's page to see if they've got any new true crimes. Pick that one, pick that first one. And when they do that, it always seems to parallel with whatever criminal nonsense that we were having to call out or deal with. So this seems aptly timed. This was 12 hours ago that this was put out, it looks like. 40 minutes. Speaking of, there's a Planet Fitness. We don't even have those around here, but commercial. And I'm about to go over here. Stretch.
I hope you're all doing well. Today we are covering another
You need
predator
to eat.
that just so
I
happens to
should.
be a teacher.
All right.
How many are there out there? It's absolutely ridiculous. And the predator from today's case is a woman named Pamela Rogers, and she is disgusting, like all of them.
I don't know what I was thinking, and it's clear that I wasn't thinking. I was blinded by emotions.
Because Pamela thought that she had it all. She thought that she was better than other people. She was prom queen when she was in school. She had a pretty successful modeling career. She then became a teacher, and she became known
We talked about that last night. They peaked in high school.
the hot teacher by her students. She even taught sex education herself sometimes, which is just truly disturbing. But there was one thing that Pamela's students and nobody actually realised, is that Pamela was also a sex addict. And over time she started acting
Can I tell you something else? I have this clip. I haven't posted this one yet. But she tried to delete it from the internet. There is a clip of Crazy saying that she wants to write children's books on ethics. To teach kids about ethics. Girl, how are you going to teach something you don't have? And never did. 122.
More inappropriate with her students, being very flirtatious, wearing very revealing clothing, making very uncomfortable, disturbing, sexualized comments, until it escalated into her targeting a student and becoming a predator.
What I did was wrong, and I'm deeply in regret of everything.
And that's what we are covering today, so let's jump in. And I just want to give a huge thank you to today's sponsor, and that is HelloFresh. And I've said this so many times now, but you guys know how much I love HelloFresh. I have been using HelloFresh for...
Hold on. I'll skip this one. Good girl, get your sponsors, but...
Now let's jump in today's case. Pamela Rogers was born on the 1st of July 1977, making her a Cancer, and she grew up in a small town called
Oh, so she's a blonde Cancerian pedophile. Well, that's one of the same ones that was after my child. Not the same one, but yeah, a blonde Cancerian, like 50-year-old pedophile. Targeting my daughter.
in Tennessee,
Female.
where she
Pedophile.
lived with her parents and her siblings. Now, Pamela lived what could be said as a typical small town childhood. She attended the local school, she had a lot of friends, she was also very athletic, she loved basketball, and basketball actually kind of ran in the family because her dad, Lamar, was actually the basketball coach for the high school girls basketball team, and the girls basketball team was actually a pretty big thing in this small community, and Lamar had been coaching the team for 29 years, so he was pretty well known. He even won state championships, and when Pamela started attending high school, she actually started playing basketball, and her dad was her coach, and the team had a lot of success when Pamela was playing on the team. So Pamela, she's not only good at athletics, she's also extremely popular. She was one of the so-called it girls. She was athletic, she was seen as good looking, everyone wanted to either be her or be friends with her, and when it came to her senior prom in 1995, Pamela was picked as prom queen, and to the outside world and probably to herself, she was living the perfect life. So after graduating high school, Pamela then needed to decide, what was she going to do with her life? I mean, obviously she was very athletic. Was she going to do something there? Well, she actually decided that she wanted to start modeling. And she did this for a few years. She started off in bikini modeling. She actually worked for pretty big brands. She did a campaign with Harley Davidson where she was posing on one of the motorbikes in her bikini. And she just did various other bikini photo shoots. And then in 1997, Pamela is currently 20 years old. This is when she got the biggest modeling job that she had gotten so far, and that is because in 1997 Pamela was crowned Miss Nitro, and this is not something I am an expert on, okay, so I may be wrong here, but from what I could find out online, these Nitro girls, because I think there's multiple, they are the women, the models that appear at wrestling events. And they would either be dancing or modeling.
We are amongst the Nitro Girls, and we're having a great time.
I'm not 100% sure, but it's basically in the wrestling world, and you can see clips online of Pamela doing this. She's wearing a red bikini and she has a ribbon around her that says Miss Nitro, and then she's called into the ring and she's essentially paraded around.
And it's here, big spring break welcome, Pamela Rogers, huh? John, I don't know what to say, no.
And during the 90s, these wrestling gigs were huge. Millions of people tuned in to watch, so there would have been a lot of eyes on Pamela. And because of this, Pamela started to get more well known. She started to make a little bit of a name for herself. I mean, she had a lot of eyes on her, and this resulted in her getting more and more modeling gigs. And she is very, very busy for the next 5 years. But by the time Pamela gets to the age of 25, the work kind of dries up. She's not really getting that much work anymore, and she just feels like, yeah, this modeling thing, it's not for me anymore. Like, I've had my go at it. I've been successful. She now wanted a change in her life. And unfortunately, these changes in her life would lead to the very disturbing events of today's case. So we now get to 2003. Pamela is currently 26 years old and she gets married. She gets married to a man named Christopher Turner, who just so happened to be a high school basketball coach, just like her dad. So they definitely had things in common. Basketball was very important to both of them. And because they had similar interests, similar backgrounds, at first the marriage was really great. And whilst Pamela is married, this is when she did decide to have a career change from modeling into, you guessed it, teaching. She probably got into teaching because her husband was a teacher and it just kind of felt like the natural path for her to go down. So she first gets a job at a school called Centertown Elementary in Tennessee. And yes, you heard that right. An elementary school. Now, I don't know much about the US school system because it's set up differently than in the UK, but I don't think that this elementary school is your typical elementary school, because this elementary school went from kindergarten age all the way up to 8th grade, which is approximately 13 to 14 years old. So it's almost like it's an elementary school and a middle school together. Is that what that would be? But anyway, Pamela gets a job as the physical education teacher, which made sense because she was very athletic. That was her background. She did very well on the school basketball team. Her dad was a basketball coach. Her husband is a basketball coach. She played sports when she was at college as well. And just to kind of round things up, she actually did become the girls' basketball coach. So yeah, she literally is following in her dad's footsteps. And at first, things go well for Pamela. She's able to teach at this elementary school for the first year without any incidents. Can we get a round of applause for the predator? Yes, yes, yes. She was a very popular teacher. The students seemed to really love her. And the students seemed to like her because she was young, she was fun. She was just the kind of teacher that the students wanted to be around. She wasn't like a regular teacher, you know? But it doesn't take long for Pamela to get a reputation, especially amongst the older boys that were in the school, because Pamela got the label of the hot teacher. And I think all of this went back to the fact that she was a model. The students in her school quickly found out about her modeling background, and because she was pretty successful, there are photos and videos of her online that her students could access. So this is exactly what the students did. The students found out that she was a Miss Nitro. They were able to access the videos and photos of her in a bikini, which is definitely inappropriate. And it soon spread around the school that she used to be a swimwear model, that she used to be Miss Nitro, and videos and photos of her were shared around the school. And the older boys in the school, so you've got to remember, even though I'm saying older, they're still only 13 and 14, they would start making comments about Pamela, or should I say Miss Rogers. They would start saying, oh, Miss Rogers, you're so hot, you're so attractive, oh, look at this photo of you in this bikini, blah, blah, blah. And I also read that for a few weeks, Pamela Rogers was actually the sex education teacher, which for a predator, no. And when she was teaching sex education, there were quite a few inappropriate comments said to her. But did she shut any of these comments down? I mean, she's the sex education teacher. Something that she should be teaching young boys and young girls is to respect other people, to respect their boundaries, to not say sexually inappropriate things to somebody else. That is what she should be teaching. So that would have been perfect for her to actually use that and say, hold on, this is not right. You shouldn't speak to others like this. But she didn't use it as a lesson. She actually welcomed the comments. And it blows my mind. It's like, what message is that sending those students? She actually enjoyed the attention of the younger male students, which is just disgusting. disgusting. It's like, why are you thriving on comments being made to you by children? Like, you're a grown...
Like, don't you have a husband?
Booking.com has state.
What about your husband? Your husband doesn't make you feel attracted? Like, what the fuck are you doing? And those are children. Like, if you want to have an affair, then have an affair. You shouldn't be doing that, but, you know, that's your karma. Leave children out of it. You shouldn't do that regardless, but leave children out of it.
woman. Like, you're an adult. Why do you want the attention of young boys? There is just something wrong in her head. And things just start to get even more inappropriate from this moment on. Because we now get to 2004, just over a year into Pamela's marriage and about a year into her teaching job. Well, this is where things start to go very wrong in Pamela's home life. Because she is no longer getting along with her husband. They're just always arguing and fighting. They stop spending time together, they stop really talking, and their sex life basically becomes non-existent. And one thing that would actually come out later in the case is that Pamela is actually a sex addict, and she was no longer getting sex from her husband, and she was really struggling with this, which is no excuse whatsoever. But in Pamela's...
Okay. So, not okay, regardless. Leave children out of it, but I was saying, like, aren't you getting attention from your husband? Like, what's going... No, apparently she wasn't. But that's still not an excuse. We already established that. You shouldn't be going and having an affair with anybody. But if you're going to do that as an adult with another adult, that's your prerogative. However, this is not that. I also think it's worse. Like, if somebody's trying to step out on their partner and go cheat, again, bad enough. With another adult, it's bad enough. But it's even worse when the other person who's, right, like the person that the cheater's hooking up with is also a cheater. Like, they've got a person at home too. It's just the karma and the ties and the binds spiritually. It's just foul. I don't want that entanglement.
She was like, oh, well, I'm not getting sex from my husband, so I need to get it from somewhere else. And I'm like, well, that's okay. Get sex wherever you want, but just not from children. Just go and get sex from another consenting adult. Is it really that hard? Why do you have to go for children? Like, why? Because Pamela, she's feeling really sorry for herself. Her marriage is breaking down, and she wants attention from other people, i.e., teenage boys. So this is when Pamela starts to encourage more than ever.
I don't think she wanted, or maybe she did. Maybe she wanted attention from the teenage boys, but this is the thing. What would ail a grown, and mentally and emotionally grown person to be drawn towards children? They wouldn't, not rationally. But you have these little preteen, hormonal surging boys just fawning over her, like little schoolboys do with raging hormones. And I guess that gets her more attention than from a male adult. Maybe her husband wasn't a good guy. I don't know. Or maybe he was not having sex with his wife because he noticed something was off about her. Because that's a pretty big jump from your husband not wanting to have sex with you to wanting to touch children. I think. So how mature and or rational were you really? Because plenty of people leave their partners or get left and or cheated on and they don't go and touch children. There was something underlying. Anyway, there's something off beforehand. Maybe he noticed and backed off. And so she just went out and played out her fantasy. Or went in the direction of the easy attention. Because a normal male adult wasn't attracted to her. Could you blame them?
The inappropriate behavior and comments from the teenage boys to herself. She was lapping it all up. She started being really flirtatious with these.
Like I said, I don't know if he was a nice guy or not. But plenty of people have relationships that dissolve and they don't go turn into child predators. So it makes me speculate. Did he start backing off because he just like something, his spirit was rejecting hers because he knew something was off. That's not normal. But this is somebody who's gotten like praise and attention for their looks and focus for their sexuality their whole life, apparently. I guess she feels like that's all she has left. Had left.
She started wearing more and more revealing clothing to work, and she's just loving all of the attention that she is getting. And she starts to get a lot of attention from one boy in particular. Now, his identity has been protected, so we will just call him Boy A. And Boy A is very significant to the rest of today's case. So Boy A was just 13 years old. 13. Crazy. He's a child. And he was currently in 8th grade and he was on the basketball team.
13, okay. Like what? Like the age of the children that who advertises to? Yeah. Notice the parallels in that case? Whoops. Not my whoops.
So I assume that that is how himself and Miss Rogers knew each other. Boy A was also reportedly very tall for his age, very mature for his age, and apparently he went through puberty earlier than his peers. Like, that makes a difference. He's still 13. The reporting on this case that we are covering today was absolutely disgusting. It's like, why does that matter? I don't care how tall he is. He's 13. That is all the information that we need to know. That is all the information that Pamela needed to know that he is off limits. So Pamela and Boy A, they start to get closer. This 27-year-old woman starts flirting with a 13-year-old child. And
good days start with homemade breakfast
I
sandwiches.
can't even imagine, dude. I started fighting and having to whistleblow about pedophilia when I was like 23 or 24, something like that. Can you imagine? I had my baby at 21. I can't even imagine.
he starts flirting back. He started saying pretty inappropriate sexualized comments towards his teacher, and Pamela, she didn't shut them down. No. She loved it. She was lapping it up. Boy A started to say that he wanted to meet up with Miss Rogers after school. He also said that he should come over and visit her at her home where they could do very inappropriate things. And I just don't even know why an adult would even entertain any of this. I just don't understand. In fact, during one physical education lesson, Pamela's home key was on her keychain and it was just hanging up in the locker room. And Boy A took her home key off of her keychain and said that he was going to make a copy of the key so he could let himself into her home, which is obviously very inappropriate for a student to do. But Pamela, she didn't seem to have a problem with this. Oh no, of course she didn't. This is exactly what she wanted. And I just want to stress here that I am not blaming Boy A for any of this. He's a child.
I'll pause that right there. Hear that? Oh, it's like ooh, that's creepy. The Shining. straight to the dome. Hold on, you know what I'm hearing?
I'm not the one who's so far away when I feel the snake bite enter my veins. Never did I wanna be here again, and I don't remember why I came. Candles raise my desire. Why I'm so far away. No more meaning to my life. No more reason to stay. Freezing, feeling, breathing, breathing. I'm coming back again. I'm not the one who's so far away when I feel the snake bite enter my veins. Never did I wanna be here again, and I don't remember why I came. Hazing clouds rain on my head. Empty thoughts fill my ears. Find my shade by the moonlight. Why my thoughts aren't so clear. Demons dreaming, breathing, breathing. I'm coming back again.
Back to true crime. Hi, babies.
Obviously, what he is doing is not appropriate, but again, he's a child, and it doesn't matter what he does. He's a child. Pamela is the adult. She should be shutting it down. She should not be encouraging this behavior. And I don't know if he actually did make a copy of her house key, but I wouldn't be surprised. And Pamela never reported it. She never stopped him. So now we get to November of 2004, and this is when things really start to change and move very quickly. Because at this point, Pamela's home life was completely falling apart. Her husband had told her that he was filing for divorce. There were accusations of cheating, gambling, and drugs in the marriage, and we don't know who was accusing who of that, but if I'm going to take a wild guess, I'm just going to guess here that it was Pamela's husband that was accusing Pamela of all of those things. And she probably was doing those things, but anyway. So Christopher, Pamela's husband, ended up kicking Pamela out of their shared home. So Pamela needed somewhere to stay. And I really cannot believe I'm about to say this, because in what world does this happen? But Pamela ends up going to live at Boy A's home. How did that end up happening? Well, apparently Pamela was friends with Boy A's mom, which makes all of this 10 times worse. That she was friends with Boy A's mom, and she uses her friendship with Boy A's mom to further target Boy A. So when Pamela needed somewhere to stay, she got in contact with Boy A's mom. and asked if she could stay at their home. Now,
University of Phoenix
That's
is built for
terrible.
real life. At some
Dude, that's terrible. But it's also why I whistleblow, because I've seen people try to use kids as social pawns as well.
Here,
Or using social social circles to get access to people's kids.
were friends. Boy A's mom really liked Pamela. She thought that she was a good teacher. She thought that she was a good basketball coach. And she saw Pamela as a hardworking teacher who had done amazing things for her son's basketball career. And she felt sorry for Pamela that she had nowhere to live. So Boy A's mom opened up her home to a predator and she didn't even know. So Pamela is now living with Boy A, living under the same roof as the child she is targeting. And of course, she is incredibly inappropriate with Boy A in his own home, not in front of Boy A's mom, of course. And Boy A's mom had no idea that she had opened up her home to a predator who was making inappropriate sexual advances towards her 13-year-old child. And it just makes it so much worse that she has infiltrated Boy A's home where he's supposed to feel safe. And things go on like this. And it's not that difficult to guess, but things get worse. It doesn't take long for things to now reach the next level. Because one day, Boy A was sat at home on his computer. This was in 2004, the era before smartphones. Social media had only really just started to become popular. Kids used to sit on their computer, they used to dial up to the internet, and they used to log on to things like MSN Messenger to talk to their friends. MySpace was only just becoming a thing, and people's mobile phones didn't have the internet. They didn't have smartphones. They used to just use mobile phones to text one another. And I can still hear the internet dial-up sound right now. I can hear it.
It's a rabbit hole.
So
Yeah,
on
you're
this
in Alice
evening, Boy
Wonderland
A was
now.
on his computer. He was hanging out with his friend Justin,
Alex's
and they were chatting
Wonderland.
to other friends on the internet, probably using MSN. And this is when Boy A receives a message from Miss Rogers. Now, the timeline is not completely clear at this point because I think Miss Rogers, Pamela, had moved out of Boy A's home at
Kitty
this
cat,
point,
don't
which
do
is why
that.
she's contacting him over message and not talking to him in
rude.
person. But again, I
face.
could be wrong. She could just be in another room messaging him on the internet. But anyway, what does the message say that
Leave me
Pamela
alone
has
for
sent
5
Boy A?
minutes.
The message simply says, I think you're cute. That was it. And even that alone is inappropriate for a teacher to be sending their student. So Boy A and his friend Justin are just there, they're laughing. They think that this is all funny. I mean, they're children. They're not grasping the gravity of this situation and what Pamela is doing. Because Pamela, let's just put it plain and clear, she is grooming Boy A. So Boy A and his friend Justin, they're joking around, they're laughing. They think that the whole thing is funny. And Boy A says to his friend, what should I write back? And eventually they decide to write back, I think you're hot. And the flirtatious messages now continue from here until eventually Pamela invites Boy A around to her apartment, which is why I am assuming that Pamela no longer lives with Boy A because she has her own apartment. So when Boy A is at the apartment, this is when Pamela says to Boy A that she wants to have sex with him. And Boy A was not insinuating at all that this is what he wanted to do. I mean, he's 13, he's a child. It doesn't even matter if he was the one saying this. He's a child and it doesn't matter. But Boy A, he thought that he was just having some fun, just flirting with a teacher. He had never had sex. I mean, he's only 13. He was completely inexperienced in sexual relationships and the dynamics involved. And Pamela is completely taking advantage of him. And it has been reported that Boy A was apparently excited about the prospect of having sex with Pamela. But like I've already said, it doesn't matter. He's only 13. He's a minor. He cannot give consent to this. And you've also got to realise that he has been groomed into believing this, into believing that this is okay, that this is normal and healthy, which it categorically is not. However, Pamela goes ahead with her plan anyway. She lures this 13-year-old boy over to her apartment where she rapes him for the first time. And I say rape because it doesn't even matter if it was consensual because Boy A is 13. A minor, a child. He can't consent. But things don't stop there because from that moment on, Pamela sexually assaults Boy A on multiple occasions. She continues to invite him over to her apartment. And according to legal documents, all sorts of sexual acts occurred when they were in her apartment, such as penetration with fingers, oral sex, and vaginal penetration. But the sex didn't only occur in Pamela's apartment. No, it happened in multiple locations. Pamela also assaulted boy A in her car after school. She also raped boy A on school property. And I just don't know how she was so bold to do that. And she's not the first predator that has been a school teacher to do that. And I just don't understand. How are they so bold to sexually assault children on school property where anybody could walk in and see? So according to legal reports, Pamela assaulted boy A in classrooms, in the locker room. She even raped boy A in the large school gym.
At Limbs Crafters, we're here to help.
What the fuck, dude? If I wipe it, right, the ball is the least of my problems. No, I love my yoga ball. I
Maybe
have a
someday.
couple of them, actually. Over there, a couple different sizes. Okay, I want a bigger one, too.
And again, I'm like, how was she so bold to do that? And she obviously did get away with it, for now anyway. But something else just so sick and twisted is that Pamela came up with different ideas on how she could get access to boy A's home again. So we already know that Pamela lived there for a short period of time. Well, now Pamela makes up any excuse to stay there again. So she says to boy A's mom, oh, my heating has stopped working in my apartment, or my water is being turned off. And boy A's mom, because she saw Pamela as someone she could trust, she saw her as a friend, and Pamela had already lived there for a short period of time, boy A's mom said, oh, don't worry, you can just stay in my home. And boy A's mom would give Pamela the guest bedroom for the evening. And in the middle of the night, Pamela would get up and sexually assault boy A in his own home, when his mom is home. And I just feel so sorry for the mom of boy A, because she just thought that she was doing a good deed. She thought that she could trust Pamela. She did not think Pamela was a sexual predator that was preying on her son. And Pamela is just completely abusing that trust, taking advantage of it by trying to get more access to the home and raping boy A in his own bedroom without his mom knowing, in the same house as his mom. Apparently, boy A also had a girlfriend that was the same age as him at this point, so a fellow 13-year-old girl. Boy A actually breaks up with this 13-year-old girl, and this 13-year-old girl has no idea why, but boy A broke up with his girlfriend because he thought that he was in a relationship with Miss Pamela Rogers. Pamela and boy A are now spending so much time together outside of school hours. Pamela would apparently, quote, follow him around night and day, and she would call him 5 to 6 times every single day. She was so obsessed. She's basically stalking him as well as grooming and assaulting him. They would also be seen hanging out in the town, going for long romantic walks. And again, I'm just like, what the actual hell? Why is she being so out in the open about it? She really does think that she can get away with this. Because I don't know this for sure, but I can guarantee you people saw them together. Miss Rogers would also walk boy A home after school. She would attend all of his basketball games. She would be there in the front row cheering him on. And it's just like all of this added together. This is just so creepy, so inappropriate. And this is just what she's doing out in the open, let alone what she's doing behind closed doors. But despite all of this creepy, inappropriate behavior, no one raised the red flag. No one reported what Miss Rogers was doing, at least not yet anyway. So right now, the relationship continues. There was even a time when boy A's friend Justin, remember Justin? Well, Justin saw Pamela and boy A together and he went up to speak to them. And this is when Pamela revealed to Justin that they were in a relationship, that they were having sex. Yeah, Pamela has just revealed that to Justin. She is now essentially bragging to another teenager that she's having sex with another teenager. She told Justin that herself and boy A had recently had sex in the school gym. And it is speculated that Pamela was actually saying all of this to Justin because she actually had her eyes set on Justin as well. Sexually assaulting one child was not enough for her. She had her eyes on the next victim. However, thankfully, she wouldn't be able to do this because things are soon about to catch up to Miss Rogers. And this is thankfully where we get to Pamela's downfall, because we now get to February of 2005, which is 3 months after Pamela started abusing boy A initially. But obviously it probably went on for a lot longer than that because she was grooming him. And over those 3 months, Pamela had sexually assaulted boy A on a number of occasions, in a number of different locations, in a number of different ways. Well, this is when someone finally decided to report her. And we don't know who reported her. It was an anonymous tip. It may have even been Justin. It may have even been boy A himself. We just don't know. But to be honest, it could have been any number of people because Pamela wasn't exactly hiding her relationship with boy A. But on the 4th of February, Pamela Rogers was arrested. And she was charged with 15 counts of sexual battery by an authority figure and 13 counts of statutory rape. Wow. 13 times she raped boy A. I just can't believe that she raped him that many times. And there possibly was more rapes than that. Over a 3-month period as well. What she put that boy through, she's absolutely disgusting. So she was taken into custody, but unfortunately she was given bail. And this was a massive story. And as usual, because Pamela was seen as attractive, a lot of people paid attention to this story. And this is obviously 2005. Tabloid newspapers and magazines were a big deal back then, and Pamela's picture was splashed all over them. This case actually made national news.
Raising her right hand just months after raising a firestorm, 28-year-old Pamela Rogers could barely respond.
And this next thing makes me so angry because people actually debated whether Pamela had done anything wrong. I just
what the fuck?
I literally want to scream. People actually thought, oh, well, she's an attractive teacher. He's a 13-year-old boy. He was asking to have sex. He wanted it. Oh, he's so lucky. Is this even a crime? I mean, he was consenting. And that makes me want to scream. She is a child sexual predator. It doesn't matter her gender. It doesn't matter what she looks like. And it doesn't matter who her victim is and how old they are if they are a minor. All that matters is that she is an adult and he is a child.
You hear me, Crazy K?
On top of that, she was also a teacher. She was in a position of power and she raped a student on multiple occasions. And people are really debating whether she did anything wrong.
Booking.com has all kinds of stays.
So anybody who's questioning that and who has an opinion of that is not qualified enough to hold an opinion about that. They've either been groomed to tolerate the nonsense or they're not educated enough in psychology and criminology to hold an opinion. Not a viable one because the law is not on their side.
No. Following the news breaking, boy A was pulled out of school. Clearly, it had affected him. Boy A's mom said that he was traumatized, which of course he would have been, and that he would return to school when he was mentally ready. Boy A's mom also made comments about how betrayed she felt, about how she opened up her home to Pamela, and she betrayed her trust in the most vile way. And Pamela is facing 28 criminal charges. She is told that she could be facing up to 100 years in prison, which is obviously a very heavy sentence. A sentence that she deserves, but that is a long time in prison. And Pamela doesn't want to go to prison for that long, so she makes a plea deal. And Pamela pleads no contest to 4 of the counts, which basically means that she doesn't plead guilty, but she accepts that there is enough evidence against her to convict her.
She entered her courtroom plea.
I can't even talk.
No contest.
No contest, sorry.
And the other 24 charges were dropped. And I'm like, why? Why? Why were so many dropped? But that's not the worst thing. No. Because 4 counts of sexual assault against a minor, that should still give you a very lengthy prison sentence. But not in Pamela's case, no. She was given a prison sentence of 9 months. 9 months. 9 months for raping a child on multiple occasions. I just don't even have any words. That is a ridiculously short prison sentence. And then after she served that, she would be on a 7-year probation. And the terms of her probation was that she had to surrender her teaching certificate so she could never teach again. She would have to be on the sex offenders register for life. And the probation also prevented her from profiting in any way from this case through book deals or movie deals. And the reason she was given such a light prison sentence and she was able to make a plea deal is because the prosecution didn't think that male jurors would find her guilty, because they wouldn't view this very attractive 28-year-old woman as a criminal, as a sexual predator. They thought that male jurors would think that the victim wasn't harmed and that he got lucky.
Wow.
So Pamela goes to prison for 9 months. And the sheriff of the jail actually described Pamela to a local newspaper as absolutely gorgeous and a beautiful girl. Wow. Wow. And she actually only served 6 months in prison before she was let out for good behaviour. And
she
on the
suck
day
his
that
dick?
she walked free, she was sent a basket of roses from a male admirer. This is a joke. Her sentence, the way she's being treated and talked about, it's a joke. She's raped a child. Why are we praising her? Why are we sending her flowers? And you would think, after serving even only 6 months in prison after she got caught, you would think that she would have changed her ways. But no, Pamela did not learn a single thing in prison. Because just days after she's released from prison, Pamela violates her probation already. And how does she do this? Well, she gets in touch with boy A again. Now, she wasn't allowed to use her own cell phone to do this, so she borrowed her own dad's mobile phone to get in contact with boy A, as if she thought that she would get away with it. And this is when she starts sending nude selfies of herself to boy A again. I just want to pull my hair out. This is just days after she walked out of prison. And she is still assaulting boy A, trying to lure him back in, still grooming him. She also sends videos of herself performing sex acts on herself. Pamela also creates a MySpace page just so she can contact boy A. And on her MySpace page, she had a ton of photos of herself in bikinis, in underwear. She was sending hundreds of messages to boy A on MySpace, even though she's on probation. And in these messages, she's basically begging a 13-year-old boy to stay in a relationship with her. She would say, quote, "Do you still love me? Are you still waiting for me? Or do you want me to move on with my life? I miss you so much. I wish I could talk to you." She even got jealous of boy A speaking to girls his own age. She would say, "I thought you said you got over that girl this past summer. What am I to believe? Am I supposed to wait while you're doing that?" No lies. And it is just absolutely insane. She is just living in this sick
He might not
and
even know what his
twisted
own
world
orientation
where
is
she
yet.
thinks that herself and boy A can be together forever. She would also send videos to boy A of her dancing around in just her underwear. And these videos actually did make their way online. And you can still see them online to this very day. And when you know that behind these videos is a grown woman trying to groom a child, it is just sickening. Pamela then also started harassing boy A's family, asking them to allow her to start seeing him again. She started contacting boy A's sister, trying to manipulate herself back into boy A's life.
Why didn't they have her arrested immediately?
Wednesday nights aren't.
That's insane.
Her sick and twisted antics would come to an end, and Pamela was once again arrested for violating her probation. And it's just ridiculous. Violating her parole is an understatement. She was trying to assault the victim again. It's like you should have just sent her to prison for the time that she deserved. So Pamela ends up back in court, and there is actually a video online where she speaks to the court and It's ridiculous. She's there crying as if she's the victim. She's trying to act all sweet and innocent. She's trying to act like what she did, like it's not really that much of a big deal.
I don't know what I was thinking, and it's clear that I wasn't thinking. I was blinded by emotions that I'm ashamed that I had. And it's obvious that I need help to resolve those issues. I'm so sorry to all the people that I have affected and hurt. I have embarrassed and devastated my family. And I have embarrassed my friends. What I did was wrong. And I'm deeply in regret of everything. I'm sorry to everyone. I've lost my career. And it was more than just a career.
I was just gonna say, I don't feel like she's really sorry. I feel like she's sorry she just got caught. She's just sorry she got caught, rather. And then I just lost my career. Yeah, you deserve it. You're just sorry you got caught.
It was my life.
Which is why she got it. Which is why she got out of jail and started the same shit immediately after again. That's called recidivism.
She was also given a psychological evaluation before this sentencing hearing, and it is said that she was suffering from something called magical thinking, which I have never heard of before, but apparently she was stuck in a childlike state and that her thinking was very immature. It is said that she viewed herself as a child and that she wrote in childish handwriting. She actually kept a prison diary and she wrote Boy A's name, like repeatedly on this diary with hearts all around his name. She also picked out baby names for their children that they were going to have in the future. She also wrote her name over and over again, Pamela, and then Boy A's last name, as if they had gotten married. Which, yeah, all of that, everything that she wrote in that diary is very childlike. But that still doesn't excuse what she did. I don't bloody care. She still raped a child multiple times. And her analysis also concluded that Pamela was a sex addict. And again, that still doesn't excuse her behaviour. The analysis also concluded that she was possibly suffering from PTSD from an event in her childhood. And there is speculation that maybe she was sexually abused.
Yeah,
because
so was I, but I don't target children. Quite the opposite.
Shockingly, Pamela's brother was also arrested for sexually assaulting a minor. So yeah, both siblings have gone on to sexually assault children. So then because Pamela had violated her probation, she was ordered to serve the rest of her sentence, which was 7 years in prison, and she was given 2 extra years on top of that. So yeah, she got 9 years in prison for raping a child multiple times. That is still not long enough. So that was the case of Pamela Rogers. She is now nearly 50 years old. She's obviously served her prison sentence, so she's no longer in prison. And in my opinion, she should still be in prison. But the reporting on today's case was so infuriating. I wanted to scream, pull my hair out. I saw so many excuses being made for her. And it simply boiled down to the fact that she was an attractive young woman, treating her with such double standards. I mean, she was 27, 28 when she was raping a 13-year-old child. What would people say if it was a 27-year-old man raping a 13-year-old girl? Right. I think that they would view that very differently. But at the end of the day, Pamela is still a sexual predator. But I saw so many people glorifying what she did. No. I actually saw comments from grown men saying that they wish that they had a teacher like her and that they wish that that teacher had raped them, dude. That they wish that they were sexually abused by a hot teacher. I just couldn't believe it. Why are there people out there that glorify and romanticize female predators just because of the way they look? Nope. It's despicable. Boy A would have been traumatized by what happened to him. How can anyone wish that that happened to them? But Boy A is now an adult, and obviously his details have been kept private, so I don't know how he is doing, but I just hope that he is doing well. And I just hope that Boy A and his mom, the rest of his family, manage to work through this, because what happened to Boy A should not be celebrated or glorified or romanticized. It was sexual assault. Point blank. So that brings us to the end of today's case. As always, let me know your thoughts, theories, and opinions. And don't forget to leave me your case suggestions in the comments down below, because I always want to know what you want to hear next. Thank you again to HelloFresh for sponsoring today's video.
That was insane, dude. Crazy. Bitches be tripping. I had to add some bling bling. Couldn't help it. My spirit team's all coming through. One by one, I'm clocking in. I hear this. Ready for a bowl pack before I head out for the night, guys? Zebra cake. Yep, and nope. Let's burn. Yeah. I do have a couple of other little things really quickly, only because I got some visions. Hold on, I'll sit with you for a few. Okay, let's do this. I told you I'd show you my nails. I did just pick up its karmic female crosswatchy lurky energy a few minutes ago. And I said, you hear me now? You hear me? And then I was seeing the kipper. Let's see. I also have some herbology to do, and then I think I'd like to do a little bit more Reiki. Yeah. Hydrate. Let's go. Or candle wax on my finger. It's not helpful. Hi, babies. Oh no. Gonna go wash it off. Wash, 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 wash. So I need to go in with another top coat, one more layer of top coat. But I'll do that probably tomorrow. Oh, the candle's out. That's funny. I'm going to make a new one tomorrow, probably. A new candle as well. So, new top coat, new candle tomorrow. And I'll be back with another live. I've been working really hard to meet a deadline. And I've definitely felt a little pulled in a number of directions lately, like the last month or so. I told you guys a few weeks ago something about, I know some of you remember our reading came out, like 30-day challenge. It talked about like nutrition and balancing, regulating, eating, like a whole 30 kind of a thing, but also it was more so knocking out loose ends, finishing projects, etc. And I make a point to come here and help out, but through the years of abuse, there were many little loose ends and many projects that were like partially finished or half finished, or I'd have to put on the back burner because I'd have to deal with abuse and paperwork in court and whatever other stuff first. And so there was just a pile basically of stuff I needed to do that just wasn't priority. And I've been making a point to get it done once and for all, because at the end of this is a whole new cycle. There will be no time or room or need for those things anymore, but I needed to get them out of the way. So thanks for bearing with me. It's a bit of a vulnerable topic for me to speak on. I've been quiet about things for tactical reasons. Obviously, you've seen and know why. Nothing to hide, but much to protect. So, yeah, and I feel like it has left me with less focus and even space to share while I'm here. I mentioned the EMDR earlier. And that helps, but clearing and healing any aspects or attributes of symptomatic derealization or depersonalization. It's been a little tricky to navigate. I'm doing it. Thank you for being here and bearing with me. Like I said yesterday, I could be much better, but I could also be much worse. So let's keep growing and going. Toil and labor, hold on, family room, poverty, halfway. Thank you. Wow.
Adjudication. They have to go to jail. Pathway, poverty, family room, toil and labor. I started to get downloads. Hold on, let me sit on that for a minute. Secondarily, in the second layer, we have wealth in reverse, mature in reverse, wealth twice in reverse. So, and a death upright. So, ending of any cycles where people were making money off of others, trying to steal. So I just heard lucrative, right? And also, they're having to pay it back. Like, it's putting them in debt. This is also a house in reverse. This is somebody losing their stability, possibly losing their home. This could be also in relation to the divorce or breakup or separation. Like, let's say a man pays for the house and the person he's dating break up. Well, especially if she can't even afford the house, or especially if it's in his name or something, that's his house. She has to go. And in this case, I'm picking up something like that. Like she has to leave, or she has to leave, or is removed. But she's concerned because she has to give back. Like I said, she has to give back whatever she tried to take, and then some, to the main female that she tried to take it from. Community. False person. And it was a community of little criminals behind a false person. Tell me about this. The pathway. Courtship, like I said. She has to go in a new direction. It's like a breakup or something. Right, with the so it's like he was paying for things. She seemed to have the freedom to go target and attack people because she didn't have to deal with real life stuff. He was doing that for her. She was playing Fantasyland. Yeah, now she has to go face a judge because of it. Whoops, not my whoops. So she wanted people to think that she was successful while she had everybody either paying for her existence, paying for her to do this and that, and like whatever it was, she was taking from other people to try to make herself look successful. But when this dude realized what she was doing and leaves her, she has to leave the house. He's not paying for her to do this and that. She's going to have to go get a real 9-to-5 job. She can't, play fake on the internet or whatever it is anymore. And also there's something about us. I was just going to say jail. It's not even a 9-to-5 job unless she's scrubbing underwear in the jail cell laundry room. Crazy K. Wasn't expecting that though. Now you know it's serious. Going through damage control. Imprisonment, that's right. And imagine, I still have her blocked. I haven't been checking for her. I don't look for her. But she just told people, she sat on a live stream last week, a couple of days ago, and told people that she comes in here with you guys, and she sits and watches me here in the comment section. She sits right there. She told that to all her viewers on her live stream just this last week. I don't do that to her. Now, when I first realized what she was doing and stealing from me and what have you, yes, Archangel Michael would sometimes get me up and say, hey, there's something that you need to go see or do or collect for legal purposes. And that was reconnaissance. But like I said, it's the same thing with the Discord server. I don't need that.
I have enough evidence to fillet her in court anyway, already. I don't need that. That's not having or not having the full context of that's not going to change that. It would have been just extra. A couple of extra sprinkles on top, but there are already sprinkles on that sundae. It doesn't matter. That's right. Hey, baby. I hope she sees how much genuine love you get and understand that she'll never have that energy and spirit. And that's why no matter what they do, no matter if they try to dress like me, talk like me, walk like me, it's not about that. It's about a real, true, authentic spirit and character. You cannot fake that bad health. Yeah, so now she's going to have health problems too. Courthouse and lovers. Wow. Lovers is in reverse though. Courthouse. And then as far as the, I had to get extra EMDR therapy because of the extra stuff I had to juggle with the nonsense that she was creating. On top of the fact that she was playing on by trying to steal the abuse story of my child and I, the survival escape story of my child and I, playing up and piggybacking on that trauma. It's like secondhand trauma on that. Secondary trauma alone. Often imitated, never duplicated. You know what's hilarious? She posted that sometime within the last year while she was running her mouth on one of those. Archangel Michael said, hey, you need to go document A, B, and C. She was copying my content, but then trying to tell people that I was copying her. And in a post where she was copying me, she tried to project it and flip it backwards and quote it about herself. I'm often imitated and never duplicated, as she was trying to imitate me, somebody who cannot be replaced. Crazy. Crazy. Bad health, poverty, thoughts. Yeah. She's scared now. She knows she's going to be sick and broke. She feels stuck in her head. They say I don't finish things? No, baby. Is that a typo? Yeah, I've been getting things done plenty. But that's why I've been taking this time. That's why I've been taking time off in a way that I didn't used to. I didn't used to take breaks in between live streams and days, and I showed up. I made a point to show up every day. But on the off days that I'm not, I've been finishing those projects. Sometimes it's why I've just been like free-flowing here and just let it be whatever it is. If we get to the stuff, we get to the stuff. If we don't, then we'll do it on the next stream. Because my days have been quite scheduled and rigid to get everything done. Very disciplined. Sometimes we just need to free-flow it out. But I'm super close to finishing off a couple of other things. I'm getting a vision. It's like the analogy is like carrying. Have you ever seen the story of Atlas carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders, or like the turtle with the world on his back? It's like been carrying this load, like too much on your plate, right, for so long, and clearing these things out comes with the knowing that with each task or each thing that was needing to be done or finished off, I's crossed, I's dotted, T's crossed, whatever, in some cases actual legal paperwork and what have you, it means that there's less weight. It's not as heavy. And then once these other little things, once I've cleared them off once and for all, I can put the plate down and chill for a minute. So I've been trying to find a bit of flow space in between still for you guys. And I have been. But it's definitely been hindered with other things. And I know that. But temporary. And everything is changing to the point where, in some ways, I won't be here like I was. I won't always be here. I have other things that are opening up too, which is great. When I am here, I'll have more space to just be present. But it's also why I've been taking the time to show up, to spend the time while it's here. Everything changes. That's okay. Is there anything else you want us to know? Anything else? You want to tell me about Crazy K? She's fake as fuck. I hear no more, no less. Nothing else needs to be said. False person. 8, but she's getting her karma now. Happy Mercury retrograde season. Oh, there's a card stuck under me. Oh, because the cops are coming to get her. Official person. Because she tried to come after 22. Number 22, the official person, the Emperor. Hello, Aries. Yeah, I'm a fire sign too, bitch. Except I outrank you, you impulsive little rat. Little Pillsbury. Hurt your feelings, did it? To hear the truth about yourself? Well, you tried to destroy me and my life, so that's fair. I don't care about you. Nail art. You ready for the nail art? Cheers. 1, 2, 3. The core will continue no matter what happens. Absolutely. The best parts will continue to grow. But, yeah. The struggle cycle is ending. So I'll be busy and I'll have some other projects and adventures. I'll still make time. But it'll be better, because so will I. Nails. She hurt my fucking feelings. Yeah, well, you really tried to hurt people, dude. You did. You hurt people. I had to go to the doctors because of the shit you did. You're in trouble, ma'am. My medical team doesn't like you very much. You just don't. Yabba dabba doo. I would have gotten away with it too. Oh, that's Scooby Doo. Na, 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 Flintstones. Bedrock. Mixed up my cartoons, man. If it weren't for you, if it weren't for MJ and your meddling squad, if it weren't for Freya and the cats. Wilma! Love you guys. You guys are so funny and awesome. I love us. We've all got our days and we've all got our ways, but I love us. At the core. You're so cute. Alrighty then. Ding. Okay, first, I haven't even taken these yet, these last three. We have this one. I'm about to take this. Accept setbacks. White chestnut. Oh, on the speaker. Hold on. Whoops. Goodness gracious. All right. Calm the mind. Accept setbacks. There's paint under my nail. And then restore energy. Olives, gentian, white chestnut. Then yesterday, I did take these as well. Some in the morning, some in the afternoon. Okay, so all set up, that's right. Alex's Adventures, but I put some fairies on there. Fairies! And then hold on. Something else. Bones, throwing bones. Scorpion. Sleeping bat. Sweetheart. Sweetheart. Why sweetheart? Oh, focus. Sweethearts. Candy heart collection. But baby, I bite back. So don't do that shit. Okay? Okay. Somebody says they want to see the bats again. Hold on. It's skeletal, but a bite back. Meow. Sweetheart. Ta-da. Bioelements. Sweet dreams. What is that? Is it skincare? You have to let me know. It says it's in. You work in esthetician care? That's brilliant. I went to cosmetology school. I don't tend to prefer makeup. I don't wear any makeup on my skin, like foundation or anything like that, but I do value good skincare, for sure. No way. That's so cool. That's awesome. Yeah, let me know. Next time you're here, tell me about that. If you have anything to share. I'm always interested. I do a lot of skincare and science research. And I am partner in a biotech company. We have some skincare stuff too. But it's not specifically for that. We ended up starting with a supplement, and the research companies, well, not research companies, but American Cancer Research Institute specifically, although the others, American Heart Institute, Harvard, and a number of other schools were doing studies. But the American Cancer Research Institute got a hold of our science, were doing studies on it, and they realized what it was doing and came back to us and said, this is reducing skin cancer and metastases by 50% on average. You need to make a topical cream version of this for people's skin. And we did. I love it. I love it. It works. So I know we have some patented skincare over there. Fuck cancer. That's right. And that's just one of the things that it can help with. So we work with bioavailable supplemental stuff to naturally boost the body. But as a result of this comprehension, I very much value good skincare, even outside of the company. Might be different, it doesn't make it not good. I always love to learn. I hope you have sweet dreams, though. Somebody being weird. Yeah. I'm going to do some Reiki. One more smoke, that's right, and some Reiki. I got you guys before bed, but let me take these herbs to boost the Reiki with. Oak, restore endurance. Chestnut bud, learn from mistakes. I do agree. Chillin', it was definitely not the vibe. But on the flip side, what was it, SCM or SCM? That sounds like a foreign, like a kind of a Middle Eastern-ish Islamic, I don't know, name. Sounds like a different name of a different culture, right? Yes, just religious weird, but also it's 3 o'clock, if we don't count the time clock change, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. If we do, it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning. And so on the other side of the world, it's daytime. Like in their neck of the woods, it's daytime, and they're either thinking about that, or they've maybe have, like wherever they are in the world, whether it's somewhere in the UK or somewhere, either way, the time zones are different. And this is either a person living in those areas, or this is a person whose culture or origin is in those places, I would say, probably. In this case. So maybe they've got family, or like that's where they were from there. It may not have been about the religious bit as much as it was about it's war torn right now. But it's over religious issues. A lot of times when there are places that are in combat, especially places that every however many hundreds of years they'll start combating with each other again, many times that's a past life cycle starting back up again. In some cases it could be the same people reborn, and they're just picking the same fight back up where they left off. But usually they won't, sometimes they do, but often they don't outwardly admit that it's like a religious based or spiritual based issue. They'll have some kind of other issue that they'll be picking and fighting. They might not even be cognitive of the fact that it is a spiritual warfare issue long term. But whether these people know or not that in some cases it's a past life issue, in this case, in this particular, they're asking about, what was it, Palestine versus Islam, is that it? At least they're being open about the fact that it's a religious battle. At least in some regard. They don't always do that. Version. I agree. I'm not on that person's. I agree. Time and a place. I don't think that was the time or the place for this. However, given the observational context, I do kind of understand. Because for me, at that point, what it boils down to wouldn't be the religion. it would be about the fact that people are dying and starving and being abused and don't have the proper shelter or medical care that they need. And that's just the humans, not even to mention all the animals that are, I'm sure, displaced and in worse positions now too. They used to be like Russians and Islam invaded. Really? You're so smart. Sweet dreams, Jim. Stay tuned. Yes, sweet dreams. Thanks for being here. Please feel free to check in next time and chat with me about any skincare stuff. I'm interested to hear, Chillin'. I've got one more of these to take. Hold on. This one. Leo, yeah. Yeah. I think of all the children. There are children. All of those children, there are children there. Being injured and hungry. Also. Displaced, put in survival mode as children. Tiny little children. It's just heartbreaking. So, I'm not going to go back and forth on the religious argument, but I absolutely have some grace and understanding. People are like, learn about Islam, and that's a lot of the times that right now has to do with the war, that topic. Not always. Sometimes they're picking they just, the religious thumping. Somebody said, well, what is that going to fix? Like saying stuff like that to people? Well, gets a conversation started, does it not? It sounds like I was saying with no emotion in your heart. Sir, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm tired and ready for bed. And that was the question. Somebody else was like, well, like what would coming in here and saying that solve? It gets a conversation started. Gets people thinking about it. And I might not have the resolution right this second, but maybe somebody else does. Or at least people can be aware of what's going on and, No, you don't have to share here. My email's open. We're good, Tony. How are you? Actually, I'm about to head out in a moment, but I don't believe I know that river. Oh, it's an interesting name, though. And beyond that, well, what could you do about it? What is bringing that up right now? They're upset about it. Again, you make a very good point, but I do understand. I might be step back from it. I might be able to step back and observe it, but I understand and empathize from they're in pain. They're scared, and some of them are angry, and they're in pain. But again, would you not be if, regardless of what side you're on, they both think they're right? I mean, like, the argument basically is that one is taking back, one place thinks that they're being invaded, but the logic from the other side is, well, that was my territory first and you invaded it and I'm just taking it back. You're taking my territory and I'm just taking it back. And so that's when you boil it down, kind of the argument between the two of them. But either way, both sides are suffering. On either side, there are people in those countries that didn't ask for the war, aren't partaking in the war, like they're just bystanders. Some people just were trying to live their lives in their houses with their children, and bombs started being dropped and shit. I'm like, that's not their fault. They're upset. Would you not be? I would be. I get it. I might sit back and observe like Buddha, but no. I get it. I don't judge. I can understand that. They're in pain and scared. Often. Persian people see it as they hijacked 47 years ago, and others see them right. And I fully understand that. Because that's how people trying to target me. You're welcome, thank you. I'm not letting people take from me. I'm getting my link back. I'm getting everything that was mine that's taken from me back, and with interest. They're not getting away with it, and so they feel like they're being taken from. But everything they built was mine. Everything they built off of my back, my blood, sweat, tears, hard work, or was what they stole from me first. Everything they furnished their so-called castles with was what they took from mine, including my daughter. I'm just taking her back. It's not the same. But on the flip side, you said it was 47 years ago. There are people there who aren't even 47 years old. On the other side, not the Persian side. And so their whole lives, they've known that that's their country. They didn't know that it was taken, or they weren't part of it being taken before, or whatever the correlation and topic is. I really want to know more about this, actually. But either way, in both countries, you have parties fighting and you have parties who just want to survive and wish they weren't caught in the middle of a war-torn country. Both people feeling the bloodshed. You have both sides feeling losses, and it's just sad. Gina, 47 years ago, let's say you've got a 30-year-old person there, their whole life. Was staged long after anything was taken. They don't know anything else. Innocence in the mix. It's just sad. The mountains. When the love for understanding beats the love for money, the world will know peace. That's right. Here's another thing. Do you know the Hopi Nation? There's Navajo and Hopi that are both Arizona. The Hopi prophecy. Does anybody know the Hopi prophecy? Yeah, it does. The internet lets people know, absolutely. But as far as like, you know, if the theft was 47 years ago and they are only 30 years old, it wasn't them, it wasn't they didn't, you know, so it's like they're dealing with the fallout and the consequences of their ancestors. It's not their fault, but they're still dealing with the repercussions, just systematically, environmentally as a result. My abs could save the world, let's be honest. Superwoman. It's funny. Anyway, let's alchemize this a little bit. Global politics and all that. Getting more downloads. I was learning something the other day about the Epstein files, and you know, like, the world is out of balance here. The Hopi say, hold on. There's a Hopi prophecy. When the earth is ravaged and the animals are dying, a new tribe of people shall come onto the earth from many colors, classes, creeds, and who by their actions and deeds shall make the earth green again, and they will be known as the warriors of the rainbow. Hopi prophecy. So you have crazy pants over there in Arizona trying to target and steal from a Native American who lives by the Hopi prophecy. Whoops, not my whoops. Bioelements, that's so cool. Oh, it's a biotech company. No wonder I like it. Oh, these are good ingredients. Somebody says, how do you know? Because I use the ingredients singularly and I mix my own little potions and stuff, but some of them are blended. They've already pre-mixed some of my solo ingredients. I know. I told you. Somebody said, you really are doing it as estheticians. Yes, I do. Mail you my dirty socks. Oh, no. I hear cinema. No.
Juliana Stratton's taken.
No.
excited to go to Dreamland. Somebody says, why am I excited to sleep? Because the angels are already talking to me. I know I have stuff to do in my sleep. Messages.
Watch you for a lifetime. Your favorite movie. 1,000 endings. You mean everything to me. I never know what's coming. Forever fascinating. I'm gonna don't stop running. Because I'll always be waiting. You are my cinema. I could watch you forever. Action thriller. I could watch it forever. You are my cinema, a Hollywood treasure. Love you just the way you are. My cinema, my
I hear that. I'm so fucking sorry. Oh, they're regretting their choices to come for me now. Oh. I feel that. They're shaking, dude. Shaking. Like nervous system's fucked up. But remember, that's exactly where they wanted us. Oh, those death spells are backfiring too, aren't they? Yeah, how those death threats taste? Huh? A bit like my toes between your teeth, eh? Well. Ooh. I'm gonna watch that. I'm gonna go nerd out with a Lake Michigan documentary. You know what I hear also? It's funny we started with this one. It's a good place to end too. Spooky Black. I have not. What the fuck? What? Are you insane? Fucking delusional. That's really creepy, dude. First of all, 322. Your energy's trash. I'll bring the scissors for you. I'll just... Won't be for my hair. Boo. Yeah, it was creepy. What the fuck?
was that? I've never heard that before. That was a new one. That was weird, man. Not the good kind.
Across the country just so I can see you smile. I can do it on my own. I've done everything I know, but I'm better when I'm home inside your arms. You get the love that you think you should, and I love you more than I thought I could. And all that I want is to treat you good. Put my ego aside, then I understood that the weight of the world can't bring us down. I stay by your side till I'm in the ground, 'cause I will remind you, shine. You know I will care. But a love like this is rare. But me slowly, you're taking your time. My heart is crying.
I love you guys.
The way that you love me, you keep me alive, so I can climb towards your light. Go through darkness, get by your wall. The sunlight sweeter when I'm with your heart. We can do this on our
Oh no.
We don't have to be
I'm crying.
That's rough. But hey, with SafeLight, you can get that fixed any way you want.
Anywhere I want.
Ow. No. It was the cat comment, but it wasn't that. I got a flashback. Does anybody remember my story about I heard, oh no, not the cat spray. Yeah. I heard that. I knew it. God. Ask me on the next stream. I'm gonna save that for the next one. You got me with that one, guys. What, the funny? Oh yeah, I promise it'll be funny tomorrow. Because those of you who were here for the original story know that I laughed and cried, laughed so hard that I cried the last time I told it, which was the first time I told it too. So wait till tomorrow, I'll tell you again. I'll probably laugh. I don't know, Josh, why don't we ask your mom? Is it pink or brown? Nasty little prick. Yeah, right. Cheers. 1, 2. Also, can your dick touch your asshole? If yes, then go fuck yourself. And stay out of my chat. Cheers. Don't be rude. I might be rude back. Cheers. You don't want me to hold up a Heyoka mirror to you, I promise. Your mama would be disappointed. Who raised y'all? A pack of wild hyenas? So cheers. Pink or brown? No, it's purple and holographic. Sparkly spooky bitch. Just kidding. Or am I? Oh my goodness gracious. Well, we've been hilarious tonight, guys. Teamwork makes the dream work. I even fist bumped my doctor on the way out last session. It's the Matrix, she said. I love you. I really do appreciate her. Trauma is hard, man. We do it. Shadow work and all. Gosh. Don't forget to ask me about the cat. The cat comment. I love you guys. Let's pack one more bowl. What? Oak Vibe Tree Oil? What are you talking about? Kitten parents unite. That's right. There's Sovereignty Reiki coming through. There's also Clarity Reiki and Regulation Reiki. So help you balance and like re-regulate anything that needs more functionality. I also keep getting a vision of like something like doctor's appointments, or if somebody needs cat calling. Karen and Dr. Cucumber. Oh, that's cute. Meow, meow, meow. I just heard coherence Reiki too, so it will help you understand certain things or make sense of something maybe that was you were either having a hard time understanding or like maybe missing details of. I feel like that's what it is, missing details of. Help drawing in, bringing in things. It's like having most of the puzzle put together, but you're still missing some of the pieces, so you can't quite see the full picture. It's bringing that in. Also, I keep seeing something about maybe a doctor's appointment, but it doesn't have to be. It's like either feeling like you're not in the right place or knowing you're not with the right practitioner, like medical practitioner, or whatever the doctor or the appointment is for. Or maybe needing to get some kind of care. Something about getting things organized and balanced within yourself, maybe your mind, and then also exerting that pattern in the world. So scheduling an appointment or whatever the case may be, but it's more than that. It's about drawing the right people to you and vice versa. Compatibility and alignment. Even if it takes a bit of alignment. Like sometimes you might go to one place and realize it's not necessarily the place for you, but that doctor might have a referral for you, or maybe they're too booked. You go to one place and they don't have any space to take new patients, but they've got a referral for a new doctor, a different doctor, whatever the case may be that you're looking for, a lawyer or something like that, and that's the right fit, or like they know how to direct you towards the right fit. So just flow. They're saying perpetual healing. To initiate a constant flow. Of source energy. Oh, okay. So this should help protect against incoming combat. I'm just getting a flash of like free radicals. It's like antioxidants. Becoming or taking enough antioxidants to be able to fight against free radicals. So it's like just energy in terms of energy though. But on a more human scale, that would be an analogy. And so you get to keep healing and keep regulating and moving forward without so much interference. This gives you more means to do so more effectively and quickly, and then maintain it. So things that might have impacted you before don't at all or the same way. And if they do at all, you're able to bounce back and recover. It gives you cushion. I love this. This is what we've been working towards. It's kind of what I talked about earlier about tying up any loose ends and making sure projects are finalized once and for all. Hey. That's right. Ugh. Okay, there's something about discernment too. Helping with discernment. I hear this. Somebody says, are we still doing Reiki? There's a bit coming through still. I'm just kind of meditating a little bit. Stop that. That's right. Sorry about that. Come here. I see you. I'm just in this shaman space right now. Hold on. Okay. Let me do some shields though. All you haters are getting reported to YouTube and the police, said Crazy K's hater brigade. I think this is a child. It's a child, dude. Come on now. That's funny. Ew, dude. It's a good thing I don't bully kids. You haters are getting reported to YouTube and the police. The police told Crazy K that I'm well within my rights of freedom of speech. Do you know what the police told me? The local police here? That this was the FBI's jurisdiction as far as her crimes go. So the police told her to mind her own fucking business. And they told me to report her to the FBI. We're not the same. First and foremost. Secondarily, are you being reported to the police and YouTube? That's fine. I chatted with the police in her town today. Well, no, technically it was yesterday now. And the day before. And the conversation from the day before was a follow-up from the week before. So they've been watching. They've been watching. They already know what's going on. And they don't agree with you. I sent them there. I don't have anything to hide, but you did. Clearly. Somebody's asking, oh, so you're still getting comments? Yeah, actively within the last 10 minutes. Probably one of the Discord kids. Doesn't necessarily mean it's one of them, but it's that group. If not Discord, then of her group. Somebody says, how do you know? Because they commented on a video of her, a whistleblowing video. Angry that I'm whistleblowing. Somebody said, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, well, their little blood ritual just failed. That's right. Head scratchies. Yeah. Team Tro blood. That's right. You know what's funny? As you said that, I didn't tell you, but I've got a meditation in the background. It's a moon meditation music thing. I didn't play it, but it was auto playing. As you're talking about their little blood ritual failed, yeah. Voodoo. That Godsmack song I played earlier was called Voodoo as well. Yeah, I heard shit, she's good. I'm really psychic. I see you. It's not a fantasy. You cannot dance on the line with me. Okay, you know it's not a game or a fantasy. You could never be who God made me to be. The chosen one has changed. So fuck your hate brigade. I won't look.
Juliana's done.
Skip. Oh, they're angry. God, I hate her. Tantruming little rats. It didn't work. No. She just blocked me instead because you're dumb and not relevant. Go away. Stop being a nuisance, you little pest. I'm going to call a spiritual orkin on you. I'm going to call the exterminators. Hello? FBI? Chandler PD? Arizona DPS?
With every breath.
5150? 304? Lock this bitch up.
I watch your troubled eyes as you rest. And I fall in love with every breath. Wonder if those eyes are really shut. And am I the one you're dreaming of? 'Cause underneath the darkness,
That's it.
there's a light.
A bunch of whiny babies crying victim when they caused it. Right. Playing victim in the situation they created, like a cluster B. Classic cluster B. Classless cluster B.
Trying so hard to be seen.
I do.
And I know this,
Thanks, Tony. One more.
'cause I've noticed
I know I've got some good people here. It's why I keep showing
you'll
up.
be shining through the seams. And if this is what it takes, then let me be the one to bear the pain. Ooh, if this is what it takes, I'll be think it's crazy what I'm trying to do. Well, baby, I'm a fool for you. 'Cause underneath the darkness, there's a light that's trying so hard to be seen. And I know this, 'cause I've noticed a little bit shining through the seams, yeah. And if this is what it takes, let me be the one to bear the pain. Ooh, if this is what it takes, I'll break down these walls that are in our way. 'Cause if you don't understand yet, then I'll never let you forget. You don't have to do this on your own. I'll be your shoulder to lean on. I'll be your right when you feel wrong. So come on, take my hand, we're moving on. And if this
Nights
is
of
what
Fae.
it takes, let me be the one to bear the pain. Ooh, and if this is what it takes, I'll break down these walls that are in my way. This is what it takes.
Quality, not quantity. That's right. In fact, that's why I did not reboot the feed. Many times God says you need to restart. Don't let them try to squash you. Just keep going. But tonight God said, don't even worry about it. Let the losers get bored and leave, or block them and remove them, and then just chill quietly with your people. So we're doing that. We've been doing that. It's been pretty chill. I love you guys. It's all good. In the neighborhood. It has been lovely. I will be here tomorrow. I am being called to cap it right here and go catch some sleep. It's almost 4 a.m. here now. But I will catch you tomorrow, and I wish you sweet dreams in the meantime. Grand Rising for those getting up, and happy in between for those on the interim. Be well, do no harm, take no shit. Remember to pray. And I'll see you tomorrow. Sweet dreams. And I love you. Take good care.